please. Try again. If I could everyone have a fine seat, please. Appreciate that. We'll go ahead and start our meeting. Welcome to our April 1st, not kidding, Board of Education meeting. We are glad you are here. Before we begin, I would like to share a few reminders. Please keep the aisles clear during our meeting to allow members of the school system and sheriff's department to be able to move about. Also, except for when honoring our flag, our opening prayer, and participating in the call to audience, please remain seated during our meeting. We hope to have a productive and efficient meeting, and your help is greatly appreciated. Board members, just a quick note, we will have a closed session today. There will be a need for that. And at this point, Ms. Bowie, would you please call, well, just hold on one second before we call the roll. If I could have everyone that is seated, we have seats up here. We need everyone seated, please. Folks in the back, if we could find a seat, please. I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, we'll just wait a minute. We have seats up here, over here to the right. Get out of here, mister. Come on down, just find a seat. You have my permission. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Good evening. Pete Wildebohr.
I am present.
Melissa Mason.
Here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Judy Justice.
Here.
Dr. Tim Merrick.
Present, accounted for.
And David Perry.
Here. Okay. We will move on to our invocation. Just a quick announcement. Our invocation today will be done by Senior Pastor Tom Hauser of the Global River Church. We thank you for being here and doing that. We will not have National Anthem will be performed by the Middle School North Carolina Honors Chorus students under the direction of Jamie Wood, chorus teacher at Myrtle Grove Middle School. And when it gets to be that time, Ms. Pat Bradford, board member, will be leading the pledge. So please now join me in the invocation. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Jeremiah the prophet declared, "This is what the Lord says, the Lord who made the earth and established it, whose name is the Lord. Call to me, and I will answer you, and I will show you great and mighty things that you did not know." This day begins Passover, and we Judeo-Christian followers remember and celebrate the sacrifice and the protection provided by God for his people. This week also, we Christian followers look forward to celebrate the greatest gift given to mankind, the resurrection of Jesus, the Lamb of God, that takes away the sin of the world. So, Father, we call to you tonight for your Holy Spirit to fill this room with your peace and your wisdom, your revelation. Holy Spirit, would you empower these leaders to hear your voice and to follow your will and to protect and govern the lives of our children. Father, that your Holy Spirit would fill each person with a desire to respect and honor one another, that the fear of the Lord, which is the beginning of all wisdom, would check all anger and slander and gossip and hatred as we respect each other's varied opinions. Father, we bless those who serve our county and seek what is best for our county, our district, and above all, our children, we ask now, in the mighty name of Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Amen. We need our singers to come forward, please. There we go. Bradford.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. But we have a very short up here.
My name is Mia Gonzalez. I go to school at Myrtle Grove Middle School and I'm in 8th grade.
All right, let's give her one more round of applause. Thank you. Great job.
You should not.
All right, at this point, make sure I'm on. Yes, I am. Board members, I would need a approval of the agenda. Is there such a motion?
Moved. Second.
First and second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Passes 7-0. And I don't know that we have enough seats here, so at this point, I guess we'll just, okay, we'll carry on, because we'll probably be,
Point of order, we do have a requirement for seats.
yeah, we do have that.
Those are students. There's some that are.
We have some seats up here in the front.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would move that we waive that requirement for everybody being seated for the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's a fire marshal thing.
They're going to have to wait out front.
Yeah, it's a good point. So at this point, maybe could we ask those that are standing to step out into the foyer? I mean, I guess that's the only option.
Or find a seat.
Yeah, we have a couple seats up here in the front,
There's some there, there's some there.
a couple over here. Yeah, please raise your hand if you have a seat by you. I hate that.
And if you're here for a later part of our event, maybe either call to audience or something like that, if you would mind stepping out so the students who are getting recognized can be received, and then they will probably leave at that point, if that makes sense.
That'd be great. Thank you. Good point.
You, Mr. Sutton. There's a few people that are doing.
We do appreciate your understanding. We'll give everybody a minute to settle. We have
2, 3. You got 5 more.
There's a bunch of seats, guys. Come up here.
There's like 2 or 3 there, too.
We got one over there.
I've never seen anybody bite here.
Not yet.
Seats up front,
Yeah.
front row. Yeah.
We got a couple more, there you go. Got one more there, I think.
I think it's still full. I think it's.
Got some back over here.
We need to put some more seats up there.
Can we pull more in?
Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah. Okay, so are all the seats filled now?
No, we got a few more people left. There's one up here still, looks like.
Do you have one more up there?
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Shift around.
Still got a lot of people standing.
One right there.
Like one over there?
One.
Well,
Yes, sir.
while we work through that, we will carry on. We have the approval of the agenda. Next, we have the approval of the minutes. We have a motion. Second. Any discussion?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I just noted in the minutes that under new business, it states that I concurred that no electioneering should take place, but it omits my main point, which is that I believe that there was electioneering going on in the discussion.
Okay, so if we could,
So I move that we either strike my original original statement, or that we add that I said that there was electioneering going on.
I make a motion that we add the verbiage that Dr. Merrick
Believed.
statement that there was election going on.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay,
Sure.
for a second, all in favor of adding that verbiage, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Passes 7-0, so that will be amended. So I will now entertain a motion to approve the amended minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Passes 7-0. Next, we have committee reports.
I got one.
Ms. Mason, start with Ms. Mason.
So sustainability has kind of been off and on this year because we were doing some big things behind the scenes. It's a new committee, so we're trying to get some things established, get some, the initial purpose and all of the things. And so what we did as a committee is we developed surveys for all of our schools to be sent to the school improvement teams. We sent those out, I believe, in January, and then we got some of those responses back in February or March. And we had great participation. We had 28 schools, and the questions were related to what is available within our schools. Is there garbage to gardens? Is there an actual garden? Is there composting? What's happening in the schools? Or is there none of that? And would you like there to be some of that? And so we got some feedback from that, and our next step is to kind of go through that and see how we can support these schools better and additionally support the rest of our schools. And
Any
that's
questions, board members? Other committee reports. Ms. Bradford?
I have two. I will start with curriculum while we put up something for the next one. But the curriculum committee met on Monday, 1 hour, very exciting news. Maureen Hill went over the comprehensive elementary reading primary curricula. It's very exciting, and it includes all 5 components of the basic literacy program. Very exciting news there. You've all heard of DIBELS, Dynamic Indicator of Basic Early Literacy Skills, acronym DIBELS. It's basically state skills assessment of reading. K-3 DIBELS, all grades for the first time ever were at 60% or higher, and one of them was at 65. So that's really great news in our reading. And then last, Executive Director Jared Worthington presented the end of course EOC results for semester 1. And again, a lot of great numbers, and they're hoping for even better by the end of the year. So that's my curriculum report. Next is the Finance Committee meeting, and you'll see a map up on the screens, and it's, I don't know, can you guys read that? But the Finance Committee met on March 26th, and we went through budget, the same budget information that you're going to hear us discuss tonight, but just at a glance, we are the second largest employer in New Hanover County. This public institution is the second largest of any industry in New Hanover County, with a $368 million operating budget. Of that, 53.5% is state money, 8.7% is federal money, 31% is county dollars, and other is 6.8%. And we have this really cool school bus that the staff has done, and you can find this on our website that will break that down for you. The map on the board is every school that's going to be touched by the proposed, not yet ratified, but the proposed bond referendum in 2026. And what we did, I don't know if you can see a red line around it, but the reason it was a part of the Finance Committee meeting this month was to show the city boundaries around our schools, because most of us don't know exactly where the city boundaries are. They're not just downtown. And it's amazing to see how many of New Hanover County schools are inside the city limits of New Hanover, inside the Wilmington city limits, because we're funded by the county. And so, again, you can find that map on our website. And if you click on any one of those links, you will find what's going to happen at that school if the bond referendum passes. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report on the Finance Committee meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Merritt, you have Allegiant Stadium, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as you remember from our last meeting, we approved spending money for a facility study of Allegiant Stadium, which is split between the county, the city, and the school district. It was really based on 5 different things that they're looking at having to do. One is the field house needs to be expanded, or more likely torn down and rebuilt. They're looking at keeping the old one as a storage shed rather than tearing it down and building a new one on the south side. We're also looking at synthetic turf, which does cost money, but it pays for itself over 8 years based on maintenance. Lots to talk about in terms of water. You know, our water basis, it was just so close to the water level here, and all the things that need to be done to keep athletic fields healthy. Site improvement for the baseball field includes turf in the infield. There's also a look at a 500 square foot ADA approved elevator and tech for the repairs, concession stands, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can see it online, but a video scoreboard is being looked at. It would be paid back through advertising in 3 to 5 years. Yes, there's an initial cost, but it also really improves the overall experience of the ball fields. The parking lot needs to be expanded with lighting, and the fire tower needs to be removed, but there needs to be an environmental study first because there has been foam and other toxins used in that area, and the study will be updated in May, and that's my report.
Thank you. Anything else?
Well, the legislative committee met, and we are bringing forward a legislative agenda on tonight's meeting, so I just wanted to put that out there.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to present to the board this evening all of the wonderful things that are happening here. We cannot tell you how much we appreciate you being here. You are here because you are amazing. So I'm going to start off this evening by bringing up Carolina Beach Elementary School. We love to recognize our staff and students, but tonight we're going to celebrate the students, staff, and volunteers who demonstrate the character that makes our schools positive, safe, and respectful. We are proud to recognize fifth graders Brody Green, Oliver Alvarez, Grayson Chasteen, Sawyer Stewart, and Keaton Jordan from Carolina Beach Elementary School, along with Carrie Boose, the Media Center Coordinator. Please. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what they're doing. So these students decided to create Help Kids Read, a club hosted before school in the morning, and all right, and you're going to look at this gentleman right here. Yep. Okay, so while they're getting their picture taken, I'm going to tell you a little bit more. So these students have been inviting kindergarten and first grade students to read with them in the library every morning before school. So they're aiming to help younger students grow in their reading skills, their vocabulary, and overall passion for reading. It doesn't stop there. They also translate books. They include their peers who speak other languages, and they created their own flyers and website to promote their club. We are extremely proud of these students, so let's give them a big round of applause. All right, next up, we have Laney Dance Team. Earlier this season, the Laney High School Dance Team represented NHCS at the national level, competing in the 2026 National Dance Alliance High School National Championship, where they took home 8th place in the nation for large varsity hip hop. Eighth in the nation. Congratulations, ladies. That's awesome. All right. Next up, we are going to highlight our regional math counts. Okay, so bear with me. We have a lot of people here tonight, so bear with us. I'm sorry, this is a horrible problem to have, that we have so many amazing things going on in the district, but bear with me. All right, in February, schools from across the region participated in the Southeast Regional Math Counts competition. 13 schools from across the region competed, and our NHCS mathletes showed up super strong. Okay, so we had several among the top 20 individual students. All right, we're going to start with Williston. All right, Theodore Regain, are you here? Theodore? All right, we'll give it a second. Yep, we do have more seats. Come on down, come on down. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So also, Eddie Ruiz Mateos was not able to join us this evening, but Theodore qualified second place for state as an individual, and Eddie Ruiz Mateos was 12th place. All right. From Murray, we have Hayden Sukau, 6th place, qualified for state as an individual. Come on down. Included with that is Samuel Batchelor, 8th place. He was not able to attend this evening. Stand right there in the middle, and they're going to get a good picture of you. Nice. Let's give him a round of applause. Woohoo! Next, we have Holly Shelter with Cassie Caps. And forgive me if I'm saying these names wrong. Cassie or Cassie? Casey Caps. Come on, Casey, for 20th place. Nicely done. Oh, and you're going to look at this gentleman right here. Woohoo, congratulations. All right, next I'm going to call out a couple of names from Noble. So Noble, we have Ranger McCall, 5th place. Forgive me for saying this. Mr. Silas, 7th place. I have Harrison Raffle, 14th place, and Nicholas... and Nicholas Noel, 15th place. And might I also add that Noble Middle School took home 2nd place overall as a team and qualified for the state competition. Other team members include Jimmy Wang, Seth Boyette, Harrison Raffy, and Ranger McCall. Nicely done. Oh. Oh, come on. Oh. All right, where y'all been? Come on now. All right. Get up there. We got to have all of you guys in that photo. Nope. Congratulations. For those of you who don't know, that is a very intense competition. All right, so next we're going to bring up our regional science fair. All right, so our students performed incredibly well at the 2026 Southeast Regional North Carolina Science and Engineering Fair, taking home top honors in their respective categories. Regional results. Bellamy Elementary, Daphne Stokes received the Exemplary Award for her project titled Calcium Impact on Chicken Eggshells in Backyard Chickens. All right, next, from Masonboro Elementary, we have Vivian Levesque and Savannah Queen receiving the Exemplary Award for their project titled Soak It Up Science. Come on down, ladies. All right, next we have the International School at Gregory. We have Maddox Garcia receiving the Exemplary Award for their project titled From Mountains to the Beach, How Air Pressure Affects How Fast Objects Fall. Nice. Mercer Danilick. Mercer received the Exemplary Award for their project titled Which Fire Starter Produces the Longest and Strongest Fire? Go ahead. Kevin. You're going to grab that one. It's a different one. It's a different one. Sorry. He didn't see the transition. Good job. All right, and Vivian Nagale, she also, sorry, oh, come on down, yay. Okay, received the first place award in the Junior Biological Science A category for the project titled Impact of Native, Halophytes on Taxodium Distichum Health. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to come take my job. Yeah. Yeah, come here. Tell me what the name of your project was again, please. It's right here if you don't remember. Okay.
Halophyte impact on Taxodium Distichum health.
Did you get his photo? Come on back up. Thank you for the assistance. I needed that. Congratulations. All right, now we're going to jump into Isaac Bayer. We're going to start with Isabel Garcia. All right, where's Isabel Garcia? Okay. May not be here, and that's okay, but Isabel received the first place award in the Senior Biological Science A category. So, and I can't say those words either. Those were lots of big words. All right, so Layla Stalsitz, thank you. Come on down. All right. And Marley Zako, who was not able to join us, but they received first place award in the Senior Biological Science B category for their project titled Transgenerational Effects of Synthetic Food Dyes, Assessing Reproductive Success in Drosophila melanogaster Following Multi-Generational Exposure. Those are some big words. I'm amazed at you ladies. Holy cow, this is awesome. Woo! All right, next we have Brendan Flau and Evan Flau. Are they both here? Ah, nice. Flaw, thank you. Okay, so Brendan Flaw and Evan Flaw received the Exemplary Award in the Senior Chemistry categories for the project titled CO2 Jet Propulsion in Bottle Rockets. Those are words I can say. Thank you. Congratulations. All right, next we have Ayuba Omer Farouk and Suhana Shaikh. Are they here? How did I do? They received first place award in the Senior Earth and Environmental Science category for their project titled Can Biodegradable Hydrogels Help in Drought-Prone Areas? Congratulations. And next, Abigail Zing. Abigail, thank you. And Abigail received the Exemplary Award in the Senior Physics category for the project titled Starlight, an astrophotographic analysis of sky glow and Elan. Or what I'm learning is I need to go back to school. I need to learn new things. All right. Next, we have Alexander Cross and Owen Wang. Come on down. Exemplary Award in the Senior Technology category for their project titled Shortcut Learning and Robustness in Machine Learning Models Under Distribution Shift. Woo! All right, and Juliet Johnson, who I believe was not able to join us, but received first place award in the Senior Math, Statistics, and Data Science category for their project Sweet Potato Data. All right, next we're going to bring up some Laney participants. We want to recognize some of our outstanding band students this evening from Laney High School. In January, these students auditioned for the North Carolina Bandmasters Association Eastern District Band and placed in the top chairs for their respective instruments to later perform with the band in February. Come on down. This is an amazing feat. So as a result of placing in the top chairs for their instruments, they were able to audition for North Carolina Bandmasters All-State Honors Band. So Theodore Higgins, raise your hand for me, Theodore. All right. 10th grade, second chair saxophone in the NCBA All-State Honors Band. Hunter Black, there we go. 7th chair French horn in the NCBA All-State Honors Band. Jonathan King, 12th grade, 3rd chair oboe in the NCBA All-State Honors Band. And Jonathan has also been awarded a music scholarship to attend the University of South Carolina. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Congratulations. All right, next up, please join us in congratulating 2 of our very own NHCS staff members for an outstanding professional achievement. Right now, we have Autumn Lee, NHCS Payroll and Insurance Specialist, and William Buck, NHCS Warehouse Manager, graduating from the North Carolina Association of School Business Officials School Business Management Academy. The NCASBO School Business Management Academy prepares our business leaders with a comprehensive program focused on school finance. The Academy targets training for school businesses officials by promoting the highest professional and ethical standards in school business management across North Carolina schools, offering practical knowledge and tools to help officials succeed and excel, no joke intended, in their roles, and strengthening professionalism by ensuring participants have a solid understanding of relevant laws, regulations, and procedures. People in finance would have found that funny. We are proud to have Autumn and William Buck come on down and congratulate them on the impressive professional milestone. All right, next up, we're going to highlight some Hoggard students. We got any Hoggard students in here? Raise your hands. I'm seeing a few. There they are. Okay, I wasn't sure. This is just 1 or 2. All right, so we're going to start off by talking about our men's basketball team. So recently, they were able to make it all the way to the state championship, ladies and gentlemen. So We are extremely proud of the amazing work, the determination, the dedication, and the amazing athletic ability that they all showed, and the character that they possessed while they were there. So we just want to highlight what you did, not just your achievement on the court, but off the court, your grades, keeping it all going, and then representing NHCS in such a profound manner. We could not tell you how proud we are of you, but we're going to try. So we would like to bring them on down. Men's basketball, come on down. So while they're coming down, Bo Beam, can you raise your hand? Is Bo here? All right, Bo. So Bo was recognized as the NC Farm Bureau Sportsmanship winner. Nicely done. Hunter McGrath. Where's Hunter? All right. All right. Hunter McGrath was recognized as the Army National Guard Most Outstanding Player. Okay. While they're getting organized, I'd also like to highlight that Coach Brett Queen. So Coach Queen, don't go anywhere. So the North Carolina Basketball Coaches Association voted Mr. Brett Queen as the Boys Coach of the Year. We would be remiss if we did not mention that today, so thank you, gentlemen all. Thank you. And I believe one of these gentlemen dunked recently in a video. Are you here? Raise your hand, buddy. Raise your hand. Did you dunk recently in a video? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, all right. Just had to point that out. Sorry. For those of you who don't follow us on social media, you are really missing out. All right, next up is our women's basketball team. Come on down, ladies. So the ladies also made it to the state championship. Nicely done, ladies. Woohoo! Okay. Avery Fitzgerald, raise your hand. Avery. Hi, Avery. So Avery was recognized as the NC Farm Bureau Sportsmanship winner. Congratulations. And Tristan Shivers, thank you. See? Listen. All right, there we go. So Tristan was recognized as the Army National Guard Most Outstanding Player. Yep. All right, don't move, because I have one more thing to celebrate. So Coach Bobakar, did I say it right this time? Oh, thank you. I feel, okay. All right. So I believe, in addition to being the Harvard's women's school basketball coach, leading them to a state championship, you also reached an extraordinary milestone of perhaps maybe 300 career wins. Okay. Congratulations, and thank you all very much. Thank you.
audience. Okay. Let's call the audience. Okay.
People that left back in.
Yep.
All right. Right.
One more shot. Gotta take another picture, David.
No, no.
Let's see a beautiful body.
So this young lady, not only did she sing our national anthem, but she made national honors chorus. So let's give her a big round of applause. All right. That concludes my recognitions.
Okay, next we will have, we'll give everybody a minute to come back in. So why don't we just go ahead and hold on for 1 minute. We have a student voice coming up, and I'd like everyone to be able to hear her. So let's let everybody have a moment to come in and settle, and we'll go on from there.
And thank you again for all of you who were able to step out so that our kids could get recognized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I think we are pretty much back in. Thank you again for stepping out to allow our students to be recognized and our faculty members to be recognized. At this point, we are going to carry on with our student voice. Members of the student voice will provide an update to the board. So welcome. Ms. Varnum?
I'm so excited to introduce you to Addison Macias, a 9th grade student at Wilmington Early College who has some pretty important messages for you.
Great. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. My name is Addison Macias, and I'm a 9th grade student at Wilmington Early College High School. Today, I will be speaking about 3 important aspects: things that are going well at our school, areas that could improve, and ideas for improvement. I approach these topics by interviewing my peers and analyzing the overall responses to each question. With that said, let's begin. The 4 questions I asked were: what makes this school different from others in a positive way? How manageable is the workload and stress level for students? How can the school better support students' mental health? And what does success look like at this school, and does everyone have access to it? I asked each student to answer thoughtfully and honestly. What makes this school different from others in a positive way? I received the same answer multiple times. They said that WEX provides a very uplifting environment, and the teachers are extremely supportive. I couldn't agree more. Hearing repetitive responses during each interview proved what I've observed during my experience, which is that the staff and teachers create a positive environment that helps students improve in subjects they struggle with, and the school provides excellent resources for additional support. Personally, my teachers are top-notch, making lessons engaging while still maintaining high academic standards. My second question was, how manageable is the workload and stress level for students? I received 2 different perspectives. Some students found it difficult to manage due to the quantity of work, while others said it was manageable as long as they avoided procrastination. Both are valid. Yes, the workload is heavy, but we have a dedicated stay period to work on assignments. Students just need to use that time wisely. Some solutions have already been put into action, such as the phone policy to help students stay focused and engage with their peers. Another concern is sleep. With late work and high expectations, students often start homework late in the evening, which can be stressful. Students suggested that teachers be more mindful of the overall workload across all classes. The third question was, how can the school better support student mental health? Students reported feeling supported and comfortable speaking with teachers and counselors about concerns. One recommendation I made was to hold monthly check-ins with students, which could help teachers and counselors monitor both academic and mental health. Regular connection can strengthen relationships and ensure students feel supported. My final question was, what does success look like at this school, and does everyone have access to it? One peer, Mia, said, success isn't just good grades. It's also actually learning and growing personally. I think it's accessible to motivated students, and the teachers make that possible. Another peer, Chess, added that achieving success requires productivity, active participation, and understanding the material. I agree. Students at WEX all have access to succeed, but it requires focus and commitment. Being accepted into WEX and having the opportunity to learn and earn an associate's degree in high school is something students should be proud of, since it is our first step into the future. But it also needs our dedication due to the rigor of the program. Every student has a different experience at WEX, but there are clear factors in what works well and what could improve. I hope that in the next few years, for us and upcoming students, some of these concerns will be addressed, and that the positive aspects of the school will continue to grow. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. Are there any questions?
Any questions, board members?
Just a comment.
Okay, Dr. Merrick?
I think we're all very, very impressed, not just with what you've brought to us tonight, but what all of you do at WEX. It's pretty impressive, and I'm glad you have that opportunity too. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you. I love what you said with the monthly check-in. Is it your opinion, would you like to choose, like, who would be your monthly person or be assigned a person?
I personally feel like it'd be better to be able to choose your staff or your teacher or a staff member, because every student has different experiences with every teacher, and I believe they should feel comfortable enough to speak with the teacher that they're with. Thank you.
And on behalf of the board, I do want to thank you for your time tonight and great presentation. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we will have our April teacher voice, and we have Meg Grossclose and Justin Robinson, teachers from Forest Hills Global Elementary School, who will speak about their book nook and the impact on the school. So welcome. Thank you for being here.
I'm Justin Robinson. I'm the math coach at Forest Hills.
And I'm Meg Grossclose, and I'm the early literacy facilitator at Forest Hills.
We're really excited to share about our book nook. So I think you guys are in for a treat, especially because I just came from teaching fifth grade boys growth and changes. So if something slips out, we're just not April Fools. We're just going to keep on rolling through it.
So our first thing is, what is the book nook? So the book nook is a warm, welcoming environment where students are able to come and read books with their classmates. It has fun seating, so it has teepees, it has sofas, it has carpet squares. There's fun tools for the kids to read with, so they have like finger flashlights. They have reading phones. They've got pointers, like tons of different tools and books that they can enjoy. We have a green wall. We've included some pictures so you guys can kind of see what we're talking about. But there's a green wall where kids can take a book shelfie. So they're able to like hold up their favorite book and share it with their peers. They just love it. It's really just a place where teachers can reserve the time, come and check out the space, and they can read with kids. They can talk about books. Kids can talk with their peers about books. Sometimes we hold small groups in there, but we really just want to build a love for reading and have that warm, welcoming space. And we're going to talk about that why over here.
So here's our why. Sometimes in public education, and it's not the teacher's fault or our county's fault, but sometimes we suck the joy out of reading a little bit, giving a 8-year-old a 54-question, 8-passage EOG, and teaching kindergartners that the sole purpose of reading is to sound out letters. So to kind of combat that, we really wanted to focus on fostering a love for reading with these kids that's going to transcend the classroom. If we can motivate them to read at home, that's absolutely our goal. So we can build that confidence and passion in the kids, they're going to see themselves as readers. And if they see themselves as readers, they're going to believe it. So if they can believe it, they can become great readers. So that's our goal for this. We're really excited for it. We saw a lot of good results so far. And we wanted to build a good culture of reading at our school. So we want the kids to know that reading's important to us. So we can tell them that till we're blue in the face, but creating this space for them shows it more than words ever can. So this is definitely for our kids. I believe it so much. I wanted to get Book Nook tattooed on my arms and come in here and rip my sleeves off and really get y'all pumped up about it. But she talked me out of it, so we spared y'all that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank her.
The look at the faces, and again, we wanted to include images so you can see, and we're going to talk about some of the feedback that we've received, but the kids just love it. The teachers love it. It's just been a great thing.
So our goals for the Book Nook, it's not our primary goal, but we definitely anticipate to increase student achievement. But the main thing is we want to develop that love for reading and build it with our families, build a partnership with our families to do that. So we talked about maybe having some family nights where families come in, they can read in our Book Nook, just to give them an idea. That's a space you can create in your house to do the same thing with your kids. And if kids are reading outside of school, they're just going to grow exponentially, more than what we can do by ourselves in school. So anything that we can do that will help them, we're all in for it. And even if it's just 1 or 2 kids in each classroom, we consider that an absolute win. So we're really thoughtful about this, and we just bringing that love of reading back into the classroom is something I think that would benefit every school. So we're very hopeful that it's going to be really successful.
Yeah, they love it. They do. So our future needs and wants for it, again, this was grant funded, and we're going to talk a little bit about this, but we both wrote a grant for $2,000 to kind of support some of these fun things that we were able to add into it. And of course, when we were shopping, we were like, it doesn't stop, we want to keep going. And the kids, they're giving us feedback on the things that they want to see, and we're seeing the things they like and enjoy within there. So we would love to bring in some people, some additional things that we'd like to do moving forward. We'd love to get some author visits. We've got some local authors. We'd love for them to come into the space. We've invited the grants out to come and see it, come read with them. Board members, you guys are always welcome to come. We love anyone. Community partnerships, so we're trying to reach out to some community members to see if they'd like to come in and read to this. And again, it's a time where teachers can check out the space. They come. It's just a classroom that we've transitioned into this room. We'd love to get some new books. A lot of the books that we had were kind of donated. I forgot to mention the one thing. We have one shelf. I think I have a picture in here, but it's the teachers' picks, and the kids love that shelf. So it's the teachers took a selfie with their books, and so I swear they went straight to that book, and they're like, I want to read what Miss Green has, or they just really want to read what their teachers love. And so that's exciting. So we'd love to buy more books for the room, digital books, more fun seating. They keep telling us what they would love to have. And then the reading tools, they grab a good book, they grab a little flashlight, they grab a pointer. It just makes reading fun, building that love of reading right back. So we have lots of wants.
And our school, too, also has one of the highest chronic absentee rates in the county, and we're constantly combating that. So they are slammed with instruction from like bell to bell. So any space we can create for them to want to come to school, if that's an unintended consequence, that's another win for us. And me personally, I don't like to read, but I like being in that room. So it's working for me. I can vouch for that.
It's super calm and super nice. And today I was in a kindergarten classroom, and I heard in the hallway, because we do like 5 minutes of reading where like they can just interact with a book for 5 minutes. During a transition, maybe it's after recess, maybe it's the end of the day, and I heard these little kindergartners coming in, and they were like, are we going to go to the Book Nook today? Can we read our books there? So like they're just excited. They want to pick up a book. They want to read. And I've been talking to our librarian too, because they're just excited. She was like, I would love to buy some of these things for my library. And I was like, we should. Like, it's just building it into more of a space. But I did ask feedback from the staff. I polled our staff and was like, look, we've had this rolling, I think January, is that when we rolled it out? We wrote the grants in November, and then ordered and purchased, and then scanned all the books and did all the things. And we had it up and open in January, and while we were creating it, we put like caution tape, and so all the kids were walking past it, and they were like, what's happening in this room? It's right next to a third grade classroom, so they were like, what is it? What are you building? And so once we kind of like softly opened it out, and then we did PLCs in there, so we like taught the teachers about how to use the tools. And so it's just been so successful. So I reached out and was like, okay, it's only been open for a little bit. What are some words? Give me some words that describe how this has been for you. And you can see my favorite place, readers, inspiring, literacy filled. It's encouraging, it's interest based. And so it's just a wonderful place. We love it. And I have my daughter here. Again, I pulled some students. So this is Naomi, and she's a first grade student at Forest Hills, and this is her first speech ever, so she's so excited. But she would love to share what she loves about the Book Nook.
Hi, I'm Naomi Ghost Close, and I love the book Nook. I like to see things in the books.
She loves those. Good job. Again, some of the things we've heard, reading is fun. Reading for fun is fun. So just bringing it back, building that stamina, getting kids excited about reading. It's unifying all grades for readers. We've got books, we sorted the books, love to sort them by genre. Right now we have them by K2 through 5, so they pick a basket and they're excited. Teachers have given me some feedback, so it provides a space and opportunity for kids to interact with text in a way that they may not get to experience outside of school, such as curling up in a quiet spot or reading or visiting a bookstore. So we're just trying to bring that life to Forest Hills. And we hope we were able to kind of explain that and show that to you guys. We'd love to have visitors.
And yeah, we would love to spread this, or any other school that wants to try this at their school, help them out with it. We still use that. I know space is limited a lot of places. We still use that space to pull groups and for instruction too. So it's dual purpose. We wrote grants for it because the funding can be an issue. So we did the Easy Grant and Links to Learning, I believe Gamma Delta with the Easy Grant. They funded everything. So we're still going to continue to write those grants, and we can guide people in the direction to do that at their school too. I think that'd be great if that kind of caught on in the county.
And the grant, they were excited. We personally delivered thank you letters. We gave them pictures, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, you brought this to life." We had some like Forest Hills committee. I think it was one that was like she was from the Forest Hills space, and she was like, "We're so excited to see this like initiative coming to that area." So it's been overall amazing. Right, Naomi? Anything else to add?
We had some graffiti on there on the bulletin board. Someone wrote, "I love the book Nook." I was like, all right, I'll leave it. We'll take it.
I think she had a thing too, because we were building it, after school, teacher's daughter, she's over here helping me scan books and things, and she's like, "It's gonna be amazing." And I was like, "That's right, girl." So it is. So we're excited. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Bradford.
Naomi, Meg, Justin, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
What you're doing is outstanding. For explanatory purposes, when can students access this room? Bell to bell, when do they have access to it?
We have a sign-up sheet where they can sign up typically during like non-core instruction time. If it's a rainy day for recess, they can sign up and go during their recess time, which a lot of kids voluntarily want to go and do that. Maybe if the kids have been working hard in groups for a few weeks, their group and remediation teacher can take them up there, and they can get 10 to 15 minutes to just read independently. At the end of their blocks, maybe dedicating about 5 minutes to reading independently or doing a read aloud up there with your kids. So we have a little sign-up sheet where teachers can go in and sign up and just enjoy it.
Yeah, I've seen like exactly what you're saying, like maybe like the end of the block or that 5 minutes of reading time. I've also, we do have tables, so I don't know if you've seen some of the space, there are like tables you can sit. So you could actually, I've done a small group in there where we do the group, and then, after we finish the group, we have the last 5 minutes of the lesson, and they can go off to a space to read. So you could do it during your ELA block too, if you can.
And if they're motivated, to get that experience, you could probably get done in 40 minutes what you plan for an hour and a half, if the kids are dialed in and focused. So that alleviates some of the time concern too.
Yeah.
Dr. Merrick and Ms. Justice.
Thank you. Love it. Reading is the gateway to their future. I just emailed both of you, and I know some children's authors, and I know a literary agent who knows a lot of authors. So let me see if I can hook you guys up and have it be real fun.
Thank you. That'd
Yeah,
be awesome.
we're always looking
That'd
for
be awesome.
connections. Thank you so much.
Ms. Justice?
This is great. I'm a reader. I've been a reader since I was that big. Very good. So how many kids at a time can come into this room and take advantage of we were talking about whole classes.
Full
Is that
class.
possible?
We've had as many as
28.
25, 28.
At fourth grade, you went up there,
A full class. It is a classroom.
Yeah.
It's a small classroom, but it's classroom size that we use for a remediation room. So we've had that many kids at once.
The bottom, you can kind of see here. So if you look in, you have a huge carpet space. We have three tables plus a circular table. We do allow them, during the reading time, let them go under the table, only one under there at a time with a little flashlight. Let's see, so there's lots of space. In the back corner, we've got bean bags, we've got like a little nugget, and then we have 2 teepees. There's a lot of space for kids, carpet squares, but we would love to keep adding to it.
Can I add another?
Go ahead.
Yeah, also parents, you want to get parents involved.
Yeah.
How can you do that? I mean, have you thought, I'm sure you've thought about that, but it would be great if you had parents in there during the time the kids were in there.
Absolutely.
It
Like,
would inspire.
we could do that. We could
Volunteer.
do that during school and think
Yeah.
of a time to do that. But we initially thought as a family night or part of our family night, give them the opportunity to go in there, read with our kids for a few minutes, and just like share some ideas of how they can create that at home.
We did that. Him and I used to work in Pender County, and we did that at one of our parent nights. We did like reading, and we did stations around the school. And one of them was stopping into the library where we had cozy spaces, and we were just like, grab a book with your kids, find a space. Like, you can make this at your house. We kind of like showed them some of the tools and things that you can do. So we thought maybe that would be like, of course, not the whole school in that room, but if it's a station and you can go to it, that might be an option for a parent night or a parent morning or something. Like, I'm about to do a Spanish literacy day, like maybe we do it in there, so.
Mr. Perry?
I just wanted to say this is a great and awesome creative idea, and you are totally right that getting kids to not just read because they have to or because they enjoy it, and I really that's going to make a better reader in the end. And I encourage you to find new ways. I don't know, do you have for refreshments and things? Get kids in there.
We'll add it to the
Make
list.
it an enjoyable
We did say
she wanted to-
popcorn machine or
Yeah, we said
Soko
that.
machine.
She wanted to get like a vending machine with the books
yeah.
in it.
Have you guys been to Freeman?
Yeah, Freeman
So
has that.
I am like been asking Mr. Buchanan 1,000 times, like we've been trying to find a grant for that because we want the book vending machine where you can choose a book. Yeah, it is a grant. It's from Coke, is what we were.
Coke,
So we were trying. I've been like on every website. So we're trying to figure out how to make that machine where it would fit. But anything that you guys have any creative ideas, we would love to continue to grow it because really they do ask. I hear it in the hallways. She's always asking. It's her favorite room. This week I had the VR headsets and it was perfect because I was able to like pull groups and do VR in there. And so, I mean, it's definitely a good space. It really is. And look, he's a math guy, and we pulled him into the reading side, so.
It took 44 years, but now I love to read.
He's there.
Dr. Barnes?
I think it would be remiss that you didn't mention it, so I'll mention it for you guys. There are over 1.5 million K-12 students in North Carolina, and Forest Hills was in the top 10 in the state for reducing the gap between subgroups of students. It's things like this that do that.
Thank
So
you. We're hoping this helps continue that growth for sure, so.
Thank you so much, and I plan to stop by.
Absolutely, yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Next, we will have our superintendent, Dr. Barnes.
I appreciate you folks. I know it was a little confusing earlier. I have restricted Ms. Baggy to only recognizing regional, state, and national awards. The only thing you saw tonight that wasn't a state level or regional level award was the character and action that we do ourselves. We have so many amazing students here, but thank you for being flexible. It's just hard to recognize them all for all the things that they do. All right, so yesterday, Pine Valley Elementary welcomed Samaritan's Feet and Truist Bank, who provided more than 420 free pairs of shoes, along with a financial lesson to all of our students. This marks the second consecutive year that these partners have worked together to support one of our schools, and this is Samaritan's Feet's fourth event with us in the last 2 years. We're incredibly grateful for their continued investment in our students. Also last night, I had the opportunity, if any of you didn't, to experience the incredible sounds of the All-County Band at Minnie Evans. The level of talent and collaboration between students and staff is so impressive, and their performance just, well, blew me away. It's outstanding. It was outstanding. Excuse me. We're also still hearing wonderful feedback from our recent Principal for a Day event held in partnership with the Greater Wilmington Chamber of Commerce. This initiative gave local businesses and community leaders a firsthand look at the complexity and the impact of school leadership. It was a powerful showcase of servant leadership in action, and we're thankful for their participation between the schools and our community. Also earlier this month, we concluded our Passport to Possibilities, a regional career fair for fifth grade students at several elementary schools. These experiences are designed to help students begin thinking about their futures, exploring careers, engaging with local professionals, and making connections between their interests and real-world opportunities. Last Saturday, on March 28th, we hosted our annual New Hanover County Schools Opportunity Fair. I want to applaud our HR team for organizing what was our best attended event yet. It's an outstanding showcase of the many opportunities available for folks here in our district, and a reflection of why New Hanover County Schools is a great place to work and learn. Today is also an important day of recognition. Today is National Paraprofessional Appreciation Day. Hashtag teacher assistants, for those of you. Okay. I want to extend our sincere thanks to the teaching assistants, instructional aides, and support staff who work every day alongside our teachers. Their contributions are essential to student success, and we're deeply appreciative of all they do. Next, I want to share that the Alan Tad Dugan Memorial Scholarship has grown. Established in 2003 to honor an inspiring educator, coach, and mentor, this scholarship continues to impact students across our district. Tad serves as an educator and a history teacher, as well as a soccer coach at both Ashley and Hoggard High Schools. With a recent contribution from the Dugan family, the total scholarship fund now stands at $294,987. These funds will support 8 students annually, 4 from Ashley and 4 from Hoggard, with a $3,000 scholarship as they pursue higher education or trade certification. This is a lasting legacy that will continue to inspire students in the future. Next week, most of our schools will enjoy spring break. I encourage all of our students and staff to take time to rest and recharge and enjoy time with their family. Everyone has been working very hard, and we want to finish the year out strong with some much-deserved time away. A few upcoming recognitions. April 4th is National School Librarian Day, and April is also National School Library Month. I know everyone will want to join me in celebrating the vital role that our media coordinators play in supporting learning. Finally, this is sort of information that is new, and I don't even think the board knows this yet. NASA has been in coordination with several private businesses to begin establishing a outpost or a place on the moon for people to live, a habitat. It's a long way away, but I have made the finalist category for the educator in 2028. So, April Fools. Oh, I'm so happy. Those conclude my comments.
Mine's going to be short and sweet. Yes, we are sending him to NASA and sending him to the moon. To those who celebrate Easter, happy Easter on Sunday. To those who celebrate Passover this evening, may you have a blessed Passover. And to everyone, may you have a wonderful spring break. Another busy month. Principal of the Day, even for a former principal, is such a great program, allowing members of the school board and members of the community to the opportunities to see some of our wonderful educators as they shine. I was very fortunate to spend the day with Ms. Robbins, principal of Murrayville Elementary School, who besides being a superstar principal, is actually one of my favorite former students. Thanks to everyone who participated in that. Budget. Saber, right? Oh, that's right. Her name used to be Robbins. I'm sorry. I apologize. That's right. Her name used to be Robbins. Now it's Wright when she was my student. Yes, Miss Wright, Saber Wright. All right. Budget. We are in the midst of the budget season. We have been meeting with our partners, the county commissioners, and advocating for the very best outcome for our students and staff. We have been meeting with the commissioners and will continue to, and hopefully can work together to get all that our children need and deserve. I also understand we have a birthday coming up very soon from one of our favorite superintendents, but that's down the road a little bit.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Wow.
We look forward to working closely with the commissioners as we look forward to seeking a bond to improve our students' education and safety. And again, have a wonderful and safe and restful week next week to all our educators and our students. That ends my report, and we will start now with our information. That would be Dr. Hamilton. So come on down.
T-13-624 is Artemis launch tonight, and they are strapped in and ready to go. I am keeping up with that. An exciting time in our country. So, So just a little information. So speaking of exciting times in our country is turning 250 years old this summer on July 4th, so that's exciting. And other exciting news is that in our school system, we celebrate our country and our history and all the great things about our country every year in our social studies standards and throughout the year. Our K-12 social studies standards are categorized into consistent frameworks of 6 strands, one of which is civics and government, and another is history. As a result, we do learn about our government and its history over the whole 13 years students are in school. Our social studies representative, Josh Bailey, K-12 social studies curriculum specialist, does have the privilege and honor of serving on the New Hanover County America 250 committee. So he is on that committee and he has the opportunity to have firsthand information on everything that is available for our students and our families. And I do have a link to some resources that we already have shared out with students, families, schools, and there are lots of things on there and opportunities for our students. And of course, as we grow closer to July 4th this summer, there'll be more and more things that we'll be able to share out with our families and opportunities for schools to participate when coming back next year as well. So I do encourage families to be on the lookout for those opportunities this summer to help us celebrate our 250th anniversary birthday of our country. I also just want to give everyone an update that we are looking at our grading policy. We have gathered about 25 people to look and discuss policy 3400, the evaluation of student progress. We have principals, counselors, teachers, students, directors, executive directors, assistant superintendents, and some board members who have come together 2 times already to look at the nuances of that. So we've engaged in some really good conversations about the purpose of grading, primarily that grading is communication. Communication to students, communication to parents, and communication to teachers about the progress of the child's acquisition of learning. This committee is evaluating and discussing how our current policy helps us maximize student learning and potential areas for improvement. This progress is ongoing, and if any changes are suggested, we would take those changes to the principals for their input, and then if any changes still remain, we would take that to the policy committee to review those suggestions. Now on slide 3, you have a few links that you could go to if you want to. I'm probably not going to go to those just for time. But if you'll look behind your computer, board members, Dr. Barnes, you have something that looks like this. It looks like a 1st or 2nd grade little assignment. And it says, circle the correct time. So if you'll go ahead and do that for me now, circle the correct time, please. This is not a trick.
April Fool's.
It is not an April Fool's joke, I promise.
Merrick again.
Okay, I'm not going to come around and monitor. Anyway, so I want you to now take that paper that you did, and I want you to fold it over so that you can't see it. And I want you to fold it again. And I want you to put that somewhere that you can't see it. With that piece of paper, you should have had a blank piece of paper.
I did.
I want you to take the blank piece of paper, and I want you to create a clock on that blank piece of paper that includes all components of a clock. I want you to put everything you know about an analog, not a digital, an analog clock. And I want your clock to read 11:21:45. 11 o'clock, 21 minutes, 45 seconds. You can have student discourse if you need to talk with a friend. Yes, you can.
Well, it says it's right there.
Please engage in student discourse.
This is not a group project, people.
She said you could have student discourse.
You can, if working with a friend helps you be successful with your learning, you can do that.
You didn't do it yet.
Because I want you to learn. And if I was a really good teacher, I would be over there assisting, but I'm not right now.
Okay, there you go. You have them.
Okay, I will quit making you struggle. What my point being, and I think you maybe have that point now, is that with your original clock where you circled, that was all thinking, knowledge, basic information. You might have identified, named. This is what we used to do when we memorized facts in school. On the blank piece of paper, you had to engage in higher order critical thinking. You had to comprehend enough about telling time to be able to apply what you knew. You analyzed where to place the numbers. You created the entire clock with time, causing you to have a deep understanding of all the working components and how they come together. On your first page, where you just circled an answer, you could guess, and you could get them all correct. You could make 100 without having any knowledge or understanding. And if I was your teacher, and that's what I gave you, I wouldn't know if you had knowledge or understanding. But on your blank piece of paper, you had to have a deep, thorough understanding to be able to create a clock depicting an accurate time. On that blank piece of paper, the teacher can analyze student understandings of all things clock and time telling, and some mathematical items as well, such as ratios, distance, geometry, angles. That's an analogy of how many of our standards have evolved over time, because learning may not look exactly like it did when we were in school. Our perception may be that we aren't learning many of the basics, but the reality is we are learning them, but only with a deeper understanding and more rigor. Today's students are understanding the why behind learning. They're moving from isolation to integration and application, from basic knowledge to critical thinking. And like you creating the clock on your blank piece of paper, they are able to apply knowledge that later in school enhances opportunities for deeper learning and understanding. So perception number one. Perception number one is students no longer memorize multiplication tables. Well, the reality is, yes, they do. There's a law in North Carolina, General Statute 115C81, that requires the memorization of multiplication tables. This may sound like knowledge-based learning, but in conjunction with memorization, teachers are using concrete modeling in practice, such as with arrays, to provide students with an understanding of what something like 5 times 4 looks like in a model. What does that equation actually mean? The memorization of times tables enables students to know facts with automaticity, lifting the cognitive load when solving more complex math problems. When solving problems, not having to stop and figure out a multiplication problem lessens fatigue, freeing thinking for more critical thinking, problem solving, while enhancing the likelihood of student success. We are now monitoring the progression of math fact fluency in grades 1 through 5. We're using a program called Math Fact Lab, not for the instruction, but for the formative assessment purpose. We started it this semester, and we have been sending home those parent reports with their report cards this semester. So the requirements for that in grades 1 is fluency with addition and subtraction, 0 to 10. Grade 2, fluency with subtraction and addition, 0 to 20. Grade 3, multiplication, 0 to 10. Grade 4, fluency with addition and subtraction, 0 to 10. And grade 5, I didn't mean to say addition and subtraction. I meant to say multiplication and division. And grade 5, multiplication and division, 0 through 12. So now I'm standing here right now encouraging families to practice their fact fluency every night. Perception number 2, we don't teach cursive handwriting. Oops, yes we do. It starts in 3rd grade. It's also in the same law, General Statute 115C81, as our multiplication requirement. Cursive handwriting is taught as a part of our Foundations, which is our phonics program, and it starts in grade 3. I particularly love that Foundations has a special technique or slant for our left-handed students. Please also encourage your students to practice cursive every night as well. Perception 3, we don't teach spelling. Yes, we do, but it's harder now than it was when we used to just memorize a list for Friday's test. Starting with our phonemic awareness program, Haggerty, students begin to hear and repeat sounds and listen for beginning, ending, and medial sounds. This enables students to start recognizing morphology of words. Even this basic beginning translates to helping students attack and spell multisyllabic words later in life. Our Foundations Phonics program, students are learning spelling and phonics patterns, spelling rules like when to add a bonus letter. They learn about digraphs, which is 2 letters that makes one sound like sh. Prefixes, suffixes, when to use C, K, or CK when you hear the k sound, and when to use OR or ORE when hearing the OR sound. There's a list of trick words that students have to learn and memorize because they don't follow traditional spelling rules. But even with these words, we're using routine repetition, visual learning tools, and frequent practice. They test, but they don't test on a list of words on Friday. They're assessed almost daily as a part of their Foundations lessons, with formative assessments provided frequently along the way. Students aren't asked to memorize words for a test and then forget what they learned or never understood why the words were spelled a certain way. Reference you back to your clock. You might not have known the why. But they're asked to take what they've learned about spelling rules, trick words, sounds, syllables, sound placement, and apply that information not only to the test, but in their everyday work. In addition to words, students are also provided with complete dictated sentences that they are required to write for their spelling assessments. All the words in the sentences do follow the spelling rules that they've already learned in Foundations. Students no longer learn something for one test, but are required to continue demonstrating application of their skills over time. Perception number 4, students don't have to memorize states and capitals. Well, the reality is they might and they might not. That's really not a standard, but the teacher may have them do that to gain a sense of place. Geography is also one of those social studies standards that is taught in all 13 grades. And geography is taught through the 5 themes of geography. The first one is location, which is where on earth are we? Relative or absolute? Place, like what's it like the physical and human characteristics of a place. Human environmental interaction, how do people interact? The relationship between people and their environments. Movement, how are people and ideas connected? Explores how people, goods, and ideas move across the planet. This includes immigration, trade, communication, and transportation. And region, groups that share common characteristics like formal regions, functional regions, and perceptual regions. A perceptual region would be, we live in the South. I hope this helps show how our students are still learning the basics, but in a deeper and more critical way, where they can understand the why behind what they are doing, giving them the ability to apply their learning over time in a deeper, more critical, meaningful manner. Thank you. Questions, comments?
Well, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Hamilton, our Chief Academic Officer, there we go, for all that very important knowledge. Do we have any questions from the board? Ms. Barnhart.
Not necessarily a question, but I just want to say I'm grateful to bring together people about the grading policy. I thought that was something that was changed to be a 50, no longer a 50 to 100. So reevaluating that and making sure that we are having opportunities to reteach and also making students earn the grade too. So I appreciate that group going on. Thank you.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Merrick?
Miss, all the way at the end? Okay.
Sorry?
Didn't,
I think you had your hand.
okay, well, thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you, Ms. Hamilton. I have also heard a lot of these myths, going out and about. And the one that you didn't address, which I would love it so that the public could hear it, is we don't teach civics anymore.
We do. Civics is one of the 6 strands that's in all 13 grade levels right there.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Bradford?
Thanks. That's right. They're listed on the 6 strands are listed up on the,
I can't read from here, sorry.
Mr. Bradford?
Mr. Hamilton.
Thank
and we
you.
thank you for coming out of retirement to join our school
Aw,
staff.
thank you.
And the great job that you are doing.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll carry on with a 2026-27 budget planning update.
Thank you. Now I'm going to walk through this, folks, with you a little slowly just because I want to make sure it's clear. I will reserve the right to phone a friend, Ms. Sutton, if I say anything I'm missing. Normally, and last year, we brought our budget to the county commissioners before tax day on April 15th. I will tell you that we are not ready to bring our budget forward yet. There are still some complexities to it that I want to share with you tonight. But I'd like to give the board an update, and our plan is now to bring you the official budget at the agenda review at the end of April, approve it on the 5th of May, and then move it to the commissioners at that point. So if you go to the next slide, please. So a couple of nuances to the budget. I know you guys already know, but I want to make sure the public is aware. We had a revenue decrease of 2 things that we had from this year's budget that we used, the one that we're currently in. One was we did sell about 13 acres at Johnson Preschool to the railroad. And 2, we also had some FEMA money that came back from Hurricane Florence from 5 years ago. So those 2 things were equal to about $2 million. So that is money that we have this year that is not recurring. It won't come back again. In addition, we have increased what we have gotten from fines and forfeitures, which is something that the county gives us, and that has increased. We've checked it over the last 5 years, so that number is a little higher than we expected. And then initially, we had requested the county to look at our operating budget and increase it by 2.33%, which is something called the Consumer Price Index. When you add those 3 things together, you see that this next year's budget would be potentially about $800,000 higher than the budget we're currently in. Okay, so just kind of remember that 800,000 number. Now, we build into our budget the anticipation that our employees are going to receive a raise. As you know, they did not receive one this year primarily. Some teachers did, but it was not widespread. So we will build into our budget the expectation that people will be getting an increase, whether that's a cost of living adjustment or an increase on their step ladder on their pay scale. So when you calculate that 3% increase for all of our employees, that will be an additional $2 million that we will have to ask for to balance our payroll budget. That makes sense. Now, that next thing is our budget requests for things that we want for next year. Now, I will tell you that originally that number was $16 million, and we whittled it down to 1.2. Now, in that 1.2 is yet another reduction to our central office. I've taken money out of the superintendent's budget and reduced everyone's supply budget, as well as both operations and finance losing a position, just to make sure that we are not asking more from our schools than we're asking for anyone else. So when you take all that and put it out in the wash, that ask is about $2.5 million that we will need to balance next year's budget. So we go on to the next slide. So here are some of the things that we've discussed. So you can see that 2.5 number up there again. That's the number we're off of where we want to be, 2.5. So $2 million for the expenditures, salaries, and another $1.2 million for budget requests. Now, some of the things that we have asked for that we are still working through is originally when we built the contracts for our budget, we said we'll see about a 5% increase in the cost of contracts, materials, equipment, things like that. I've reduced that back down to 2.33, which is that consumer price index. That brings a little bit of money back in. Originally, my original ask for you guys was the addition of 3 assistant principals to create a situation where none of our elementary schools were having had to share. I could take that off and reduce it even further. We have talked about adding a student technology fee for families, a nominal fee, and that would help us defer the cost of insurance for our laptops. One of the other options we've talked about is there are 4 of our pre-K classrooms that are in elementary schools that we do not have the ability to bill NC pre-K for, at least for next year. One of the additions would be to temporarily move some of those classrooms to a place where they could be billed for NC pre-K and leave the availability for students who are already generated in that program at that space to stay there. Meaning there are a group of 3-year-olds who are now 4 that are already in some of those classrooms. So moving part of them and not all of them would refer back about almost $200,000. And then the next 2 things are 2 of the things we talked about doing is increasing our EC paraprofessionals for special ed teacher assistants from a grade 57 to a 59 because the complexity of the job is different. And then also a pay for occupational physical therapists. We had that keyed in about $85,000. If we remove all those things and add those things that I just mentioned there, our 2.5 deficit comes down to about 1.1. Still, 1.1 in the hole, not where we want to be. And this is just to keep running where we are. So if you go to the next slide, I have talked to the county commissioner, chair, and vice chair, and the county manager, asking to increase our request from the county from 2.33% up to 3%, which would balance out the ask of what the cost of benefits and raises would be. That would bring about an extra $693,000 into the pile. And then that would bring that $1.1 million down to about $485,000 in the negative. Now, 485, one of the things I've asked our central office to do is I have done a spending freeze on everything that we have left from now until the end of the school year. So I would cut off their ability to purchase anything that's not essential for things like graduation and things like that. That will bring that number just about down to balance, to 0. However, if you go back 1 slide, please, some of these things we feel like are mission critical. So these are things we still need to discuss. I'm not ready to prepare to bring it to you folks yet for that final analysis until I see if I can find anywhere else that can cut anything else to try to bring this back to normal, okay? Okay, now go 2 ahead. Wanted to make sure that this is something that we talk about really clearly. If you look at this slide, what you see is the red line is the amount of money that the local government, our county commissioners, has invested in public schools. They have gone from 91,000, hang on, I did it again. See, it's hard to think of numbers this big, you know? They have gone in 2023, they provided an operating budget of $91 million. This past year, the year we're currently in, they've invested $103 million. That is an increase. At the same time, the blue line you can see is our decrease in enrollment over the past 3 years. Now, something for the public to know, I spent my entire first year as superintendent agonizing over us losing kids because my assumption was they were going to charter or private or homeschool. And I was like, how are we losing children? We can't be, you know, we have to be better than this because we don't want kids to slip away from us. We have analyzed the numbers of charter, homeschool, and private school for the last 3 years. And that number of students that are using those options has actually gone down. So then we started looking at, well, what's the reason? Because the decrease in enrollment is happening. I will tell you there are 115 school districts in the state, 100 county systems, and 15 small city school systems that are around. 100 of those have lost enrollment in the last year. We did an analysis of the number of students that graduate us as seniors and the corresponding kindergartners who come in the following school year. And we are seeing that deficit of almost between 15 and 1,800 students over the past 5 years in differential between how many we graduate and how many we replace. We have found that that is most likely the same issue that's being seen across the state, which is a birth rate issue. Okay, that's part of it. The other part is that one of the only counties that is increasing enrollment is just to the south of us. And you're seeing a lot of those districts that are outside of major urban areas are the ones that are starting to stabilize or increase their enrollment. So we have to address this as a factor as well. And I don't want the narrative to be that the county commissioners are not supporting public schools, because you'll see from the next slide, again, some of the things that they are doing. All right. So what we did is we've talked to the county commissioners, and they said, well, there's a lot of things that we do that aren't, hang on, I got to get to my slide too, that aren't in our operating budget. And that's a big question that we sometimes talk about. When you look at our $103 million, that's for the county for our operating budget. That's how much we have to spend on consumables, humans, electricity, all those things, okay? They provide school nurses to our schools, but they don't put that into our operating budget. The same thing with mental health counselors, resource officers, and those bottom two as well. If you want to add up all those things together into the county investment, that actually becomes $118 million that, while it's not in our budget, is supporting our schools, okay? And then the final slide, you can see this, when we put in all the rest of the balances, what it looks like in the state, local, and federal number. I will tell you that tiny little white space is the federal. And I don't want to, and our board, we've talked about this for the last 2 years. The argument about who is supposed to pay for the water to put the fire out at my house doesn't put the fire out at my house. I don't have time to argue between the local government and the state of who should be funding what. Public school is essential for this community. It's essential for this nation moving forward. So we are going to continue to advocate for that. However, I will tell you that I don't want the narrative to be that the county isn't supporting us, but we have had numerous conversations with our state level representatives about our concerns with the state budget. So long story short, if you'll go to the next slide, my plan is to continue to work on this. I'm going to meet with you guys on the 17th of April to go over what options I think that we have. We will present this budget formally out to the board and the public on April 28th. We are then going to have the opportunity to approve it on May 5th, and then it will be provided to the county on May 8th. I will tell you that it took me about 4 minutes. And if you just want to Google Charlotte-Mecklenburg, Wake County, Winston-Salem, Gaston County, I think Cumberland County Schools, I sent you an article from them. There was a school system to the west of us that 2 weeks ago on Monday, they went to their county commissioners and said, if I don't have $10 million by Friday, we have to lay off 100 people. We are not in that space. We have balanced the budget. We have gone through the pain and suffering that we did for the last 2 years to eliminate 300 positions from this district. We are not in the space where we are now. Wake County, if you look at the news, just talked about eliminating $18 million out of their special ed budget. That's not all of it. That's just the special ed budget. I know that Charlotte Meck has just eliminated 120 positions, which was great for our career fair, but not great for kids who live in those communities, okay? So what you're seeing is a lot of districts having the same issues that we dealt with 2 years ago. However, we have needs that we need to fill. So that gives you guys an update. It gives you guys an update. And if there are any questions, I'll answer them at this time. Mr. Justice.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that was excellent. And I hope the public paid attention. We've got a wonderful school district. Our employees are fantastic. I know we all work hard here too, but the fact is that we are 51st in the nation in per pupil expenditure. That is the state legislature. Those are the people you need to contact. Our state is better than this. Our county is better than this. Our kids are wonderful and deserve the best. So I wanted to make that statement. And thank you so much, Dr. Barnes. I know how hard you and everybody, finance, all of them are working to get this right. And I agree that the county commissioners are they're trying really hard too. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ms. Bradford?
Dr. Barnes, I had a question on about 5 slides back. You noted a reduction for increase in charter school payments of $55,000 and some change. Could you explain that one?
Sure.
Please.
Let me go back to that slide. If you'll go back to slide number 3, 4, 4. that number there, I'm going to let Ms. Sutton explain.
Yes, sure. I'll be glad to. So as you know, charter schools get their proportionate share. So anytime we have an increase in revenue, whether that's county appropriation or fines and forfeitures, we have to give charter schools their proportionate share, which is usually about 8%.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, as I said before, we're going to continue to work with our partners, the county commissioners, to do the very best for our students, and we will have that to them on time. So we'll be on time.
And if you guys have thoughts or questions, or if any of you happen to have money, you can certainly contact me and I will take that off your hands.
Dr. Merritt?
Well, I want to echo what my colleague to the right has said. Obviously, the state is, they're letting us down. The county commissioners have really tried very hard. And what they have to consider is that for them to give us more money, they need money from somewhere. And the only way they're going to get that is through property taxes. So when we all say we want our county to give us more money because our students deserve it, and they do, it means that we have to be ready to pay maybe another $5 or $10 a year on our property taxes. Frankly, I think most people in this county would say it's worth paying another $5, $10, $15, a month on our property taxes so that our kids can get a good education. But that's something that we all have to wrestle with.
Ms. Barnhart? Mr. Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one of the other things that has come up in conversation is some of the students that we are losing are leaving our county because they can't afford to live here. And so we have seen a reduction in overall state funding specifically for economically disadvantaged students by $500,000. And so this is a double-edged sword with taxpayer dollars. We're increasing that, but if we're simultaneously not allowing people to live here because of that. And so being good stewards is trying to make sure that we have a sustainable model moving forward so that as we are serving kids, the focus is cutting the overhead and bringing the resources back to the classroom. And I think that that was what this board has been doing and is being intentional about doing as we navigate this process.
Mr. Perry?
And kind of on the same vein, I agree with my colleague who just spoke. This county has become too expensive for a lot of people to live in, and in many ways we are now paying the piper for a lot of not well thought out development strategies that our county and our Wilmington City Council have taken that let developers build a lot of large apartment complexes that aren't conducive to families living here, instead of limiting it to single family houses. I think we should, if we want to see, I would love to see families come back to move to New Hanover County to make it more affordable. And I hope if everybody's listening, encourage the people on the Board of Commissioners to start being not just, cozying up to the developers, but start thinking strategically. How can we do development in a pro-family growth type of manner so that we can turn this around? So thank you, sir. Ms. Bradford?
And I just want to point out, for those listening, we maybe have the birth rate issue. We know that people are leaving our county for other counties because it's less expensive, but people are moving to our county because of the EC programs that this school district offers. And one of the things, the state legislature is coming back in on the 22nd of April, and they may pass the state budget, which we haven't had passed yet. And so one thing that I'm advocating for, this board is advocating for, is for them to change the cap on how much that they will give us for our EC students. In other words, they give us money for EC students, but they don't cover all the EC students we have. More than 100 of them are not funded by the state. So if you have a relationship with anyone at the state legislature and you want to ask them, hey, in the next month, would you please take the cap off of the EC spending and fund them at least by 14%? We'd really appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Ms. Mason?
We are at time, but I just wanted to, I know Dr. Barnes really kind of went through it quickly on slide 3, the student technology fee. Could you just briefly indicate it's not all of our parents that would be paying, correct?
No, it would be a nominal student technology fee for families who do not receive free reduced lunch or CEP status.
And we are at time, so we will carry on, and we are ready. We're almost ready. Yes,
Sorry.
sir.
On a lighter note, I just got a text from someone in the audience said that the Artemis 2 moon mission just launched 8 minutes ago and you're not on it. So thank you for that.
Well, there you go. That's why we want a shorter meeting. That's exactly it. We were hoping.
There's always Artemis 3, you know.
We don't have a call to audience list.
I believe it's on Mr. Perry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Could
I
you
should
pass that down,
those
please?
down.
And we will start, and I believe number 1 is already standing up, so
Hang on.
let's get the list. You can walk slowly up that way.
Get an extra second in.
Oh, you don't get an extra second.
I really like that academic instruction presentation. That was great. The college and career readiness state data from the DPI shows a significant decline as students go through grade schools. Roughly 40% of third graders perform at readiness level, and it slides to only 30% of eighth graders being ready for entering college or a career. This is why Step Up Wilmington Memorandum of Understanding coming up for vote tonight is perfectly timed, and I fully support this initiative. This partnership costs our district no money. It teaches our students soft skills that are necessary to find success in life and gives them positive career exposure. Not every student has a mentor explaining appropriate business behavior, such as arriving to a business meeting on time or an internship, making eye contact when they are shaking hands, learning how to properly communicate via email by using proper grammar and punctuation. By providing this coaching, Step Up will help students perform better in their internships and feel better prepared for their future career paths. Career technical education and everything pertaining to it needs to continue to grow in New Hanover County, and I hope to see unanimous support of it tonight when this vote occurs. As a school board candidate, I've been meeting with a multitude of staff and community members to hear their suggestions and concerns. People on both sides of the aisle continue to bring up the question of whether we have went too far away from textbooks and leaning too heavy on technology that it's getting to the point that it's potentially hindering our children. I personally believe we need to have our wonderful staff research a hybrid system that abides by the 2013 state guidance on technology while steering our K through 5 students back to using more textbook and worksheets. I would love to see this research and suggestion based on tangible data be presented to the board and community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Alicia Ogundelli. Alicia Ogundelli.
Good evening. On February 25th, 2025, the Board of Education voted 5-2 to remove diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, from its strategic plan and start changing policies to match the new federal guidance. The decision was based on February 14th Dear Colleague letter from the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights. The letter said schools should avoid making decisions based on race and stop DEI programs that could be seen as discriminatory. Schools were told to act quickly or risk losing federal funding. Wow, it only took you 11 days to comply. But a few months later, several federal courts stepped in and blocked that guidance. No court allowed the Department of Education to enforce it, which basically paused the policy across the country. Because of those court rulings, schools can still use data and identify and address disparities if they comply with the Title VI, which bans discrimination. So now, it's safe to ask you, why did Black students make up 51% of out-of-school suspension last year, while white students made only 21%? Black students represent 16% of students' population, and white students represent 57%. You really need to put diversity, equity, and inclusion back into your policies. Let's see how many days that takes you. Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa Civils. Alyssa Civils.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Civils. Until recently, I had never spoken at a school board meeting. I'm a mother of a first grader who believed LifeWise would be a meaningful opportunity for families who want it. I had faith in my son's elementary school and still do, but never felt the need to speak up until now. From soccer sidelines, playdates, and park benches, I keep hearing the same questions from other parents. What's next? We are one of the fastest growing cities in the nation, yet public school enrollment is steadily declining amid budget deficits. While families pulling their children after elementary school, homeschooling, going private, or leaving the system isn't the only reason. Many parents are talking about it. They no longer trust the process. They see values being shaped in ways that steal our children's innocence. And they just want character education that was built by this country, not ideology that divides it. I am here because I want to see faith restored in our public schools from those who don't feel that anymore. I'm grateful for my son's sweet elementary school and its leadership, but I have to ask the same question, what's next? We need real hope that our voices matter, that the families will feel supported, not pushed aside. We need to feel heard, not told what is best for our children. We are watching two extreme sides fight each other while our children's best interests get caught in the middle. As a parent who wants what is best for every child in our district, I believe reason and real communication, not endless battles, should guide us here. Parents are responsible for raising our children. We simply ask the board to listen and respect families who want 45 minutes out of the whole week of character building rooted in the convictions that founded our nation. This conversation should not be driven by fear. Religious liberty protects every family's convictions. By choosing hope over fear and truly hearing parents, we can restore trust in our public schools.
Thank you. Your time
and
is
give
up.
families
Your time is
to
up.
stay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
April Farr. April Farr. I don't see her. All right, Sandy Isles.
In less than 2 weeks, New Hanover County Ed Justice collected over 1,000 responses opposing LifeWise in our schools. I'm holding up 98 pages of these responses, which all of you received a copy of last week. As a board member, you took an oath to uphold North Carolina state laws, including Chapter 115C, which says local boards shall provide efficient teaching of all materials set forth in standard course of study. You cannot provide efficient teaching to students who are not at school, and it would be a violation of your oath to prioritize LifeWise over state standards. Most of you also ran on eliminating SEL. I'm holding up LifeWise's SEL overview. If you don't support SEL, you certainly can't support LifeWise. And then we have Global River Church, who is promoting LifeWise in their newsletters, which I'm holding up here. Pat has publicly stated that she attends this church, but she also says she's not involved with bringing LifeWise in New Hanover County schools. LifeWise has no place in our schools, and this board should not be wasting our time and resources on social wars, and instead should focus on protecting instructional time and ensuring our kids are taught state standards. Finally, we need to discuss social media use by board members. Pete, I emailed you last week, and you failed to respond when I brought concerns about Pat and Josie using photos of students on their campaign pages, which is a violation of Policy 2127. I'm happy that Pat finally removed her photos, but Josie's are still up. Our children are not political pawns and should not be used as such. It's disgraceful that any board member or candidate would use a child to push their political agenda and violate their privacy and safety. Pete, as board chair, we expect you to enforce policy consistently and respond to our emails. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Mercier. You're there.
Good evening. As school board members, you have guidelines and policies you are supposed to uphold or adhere to, and these supersede your own personal feelings. Yet I question whether some of you really do. For example, under Policy Code 1510, 4200, 7270, supervision of students. Students must be responsibly supervised while in the care and custody of the school system. This supervision must occur throughout school hours. I cannot understand how this expectation can work with any program outside of the school that operates during the school day. How can students be supervised by school employees if they are taken off campus for a program like LifeWise? Are schools just supposed to ignore this policy? The school system even has a very clear policy about religion in the schools, number 3515. This is a longer policy but includes school programs and activities should be designed to foster understanding, appreciation, and respect for the diverse beliefs of the school system students and employees. If a program like LifeWise is happening during the school day, is it not an extension of the school itself? How is presenting a narrow view of a version of Christianity showing respect for the diverse beliefs of the students? Based on feedback from other LifeWise programs, students return to school and try to recruit classmates into the program. Is it respectful to harass kids whose beliefs don't align with the program? Last, there is a policy that is intended specifically for board members, 2127, board member technology use. You cannot put identifiable images of students or students' families on personal social medias without consent from the student and the student's parent or legal guardian. There's 2 current board members right now who are campaigning and are putting multiple pictures up. Even from the back, I always could tell my students and my own kids from the back as well as the front. That's still identifiable. And as a parent, I would be livid if they were being used in somebody's campaign. Your first priority is always to protect our students. So why are you more concerned about promoting yourself and your own preferences? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wildeboer, Ms. Justice has a question.
Justice.
Wow. We didn't even get these until it started. We have got a list, and I'm not kidding, of 34 people, and it looks like 10 of them were added at the very end. We're not even supposed to be doing 25 to begin with.
Ms. Justice, we're not going to.
I'm extremely concerned about this and why it's going on.
Okay, well, I'm just letting you know that the ones in blue are the spare in case somebody doesn't show up.
5. Okay, well, that's still, we're only supposed to allow 5. And on top of that, why do we have 20? As I said, I just got this. I'm confused. Why do we have so many people on call the audience when we normally only have at the most?
We're not doing all that. That's what I'm saying. Those are in case somebody doesn't show up. The ones.
So far, we've only.
Yeah.
This is. I'm just. Why? I've never seen this before in all my years on the board.
All right. Dan Dunstan.
I don't care. This is not right.
Good evening. My name is Dan Dunstan. I have been involved in education my entire professional career, starting with teaching seniors in the Fairfax County school system and moving into adult education. Managing and implementing a school system for our kids is an extremely difficult job, especially now when the U.S. ranks around 20th in the world in student performance and in the top 5 in the world in cost per student. I don't envy your job. With so many challenges, a program like LifeWise addresses many of the board's objectives in the strategic plan. Third-party statistics show that LifeWise improves overall student attendance in the schools, reduces in and out of school suspensions, that teachers themselves say it is a benefit to their students and their schools, that teachers see an improvement in student behavior, attitude, and student motivation, that parents and the community are more engaged in their child's education and in their schools. LifeWise is completely legal and does not violate any misunderstood constitutional amendment, and it doesn't cost the school or the taxpayers a dime. I encourage you to get LifeWise started in the new Hanover County schools as soon as possible. Make a business decision, not an emotional one, on a program that helps students, teachers, schools, and the community and provides you with a positive return on your investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Trammell? Rebecca Trammell? I don't see her. Loretta? I don't know. Loretta Smith. We'll do that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's a little hard to pronounce.
April Fools. Good evening, Dr. Barnes and members of the board. Many people have asked what LifeWise implementation would actually look like in practice. It would begin as a small pilot program, one school with a carefully coordinated released time slot approved by Dr. Barnes and the principal. With parent permission, participating students would be released once each week during a designated non-core period. We all recognize that non-core classes matter, but students are already released during those times for many legitimate reasons: medical appointments, testing, special services, IEPs, counseling, field trips, athletics, and other school programs. LifeWise takes place during non-core school hours for legitimate reasons as well. Many students cannot access after-school opportunities because of sports, transportation barriers, or family responsibilities. If it were offered only after school, many of the children who could benefit most would never have the chance to participate. LifeWise is not asking the school to stop teaching. It simply is asking for room within the day for parents to exercise their choice. LifeWise is constitutionally legal, privately funded, and entirely voluntary. It costs the school nothing, which is really good with this 2006 budget we're working on. It's not being forced on anyone and gives families a one more positive option for their children. God has a principle of sowing and reaping, such that each of us reaps a harvest of what we sow in our lives. This is a win for parents, a win for students, and a win for our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
You. Linda Higgins.
Good evening. I am Linda Higgins, Reverend Linda Higgins, and I moved to Wilmington about 5 years ago, after I retired from serving as a pastor of UCC churches for 40 years up and down the East Coast. When I moved here, there was no obvious choice for me to join, since UCC churches are not in Wilmington. I therefore did church shopping like many. From that experience, I can assure you that there are a variety of Christian experiences in Wilmington, from the very conservative to the very progressive. I can assure you that even if a group says it is non-denominational, that does not mean it covers all of Christianity. No group ever could. Thus, if you enter into an MOU with LifeWise, you will need to also do likewise with programs from other Christian groups, not to mention Jews, Islamic. Here in Wilmington, that would be Unitarians as well, and pagans, and those who choose other non-traditional ways of worshiping the divine. This is a floodgate that you're thinking of opening. At the same time, we are talking about a very stark budget reality. As our three sources of funding, national, state, and county, only the county can we count on. The state's new way of not funding schools as promised in our Constitution is just not to pass a budget at all, leaving us all in a quandary, and the national government is doing away with the education department so that then each department can quietly cut that piece of their budget. These are soft this means that
Thank you.
even
Your time
things
is up,
that are
ma'am.
soft costs,
Thank you. Your time is up.
we are not going to be
Thank
able
you.
to
Your
afford.
time is up. Leslie Posey.
Good evening. The LifeWise program is very explicit that they only take kids out of electives, and core instruction will not be affected. So, an example timeline. I'm using the Global River Church as the meeting place and kids coming from Holly Tree Elementary. I'm assuming the participating children from all grades go to LifeWise at the same time. And let's say it's December. Since the Zorak Supreme Court decision says specifically school personnel cannot be involved, I assume LifeWise has a system for getting the correct children from their classrooms into coats, out to the bus, buckled in. I would guess about 20 minutes for this. Driving time to Global River is 9 minutes. Then the kids would need to get off the bus, go to their classrooms, shed coats, settle in, 10 minutes. WCT reported their Bible study program is 45 minutes. About 30 minutes to return, reorient back to school, more in the younger grades. So that works out to about 2 hours. Also, every grade has electives at different times, and each elective is only once a week. So while some students would miss their electives and core instruction, some would miss up to 2 hours of core instruction. Regardless of the total time, LifeWise appears to think that electives aren't important. Actually, research has shown that these subjects are vital for children's complete education, and NCDPI has requirements for these classes. How does LifeWise propose children are pulled out for their program be graded? Will they grade for Bible study, serve as a replacement for PE? Will kids who miss music not be able to participate in class performances? Will those who miss art not be able to have their work displayed? In short, LifeWise program does not just take kids out of school during their elective. They will miss hours of vital classroom time and participation. A program like this should be after school, or even better, parents should take kids to the church of their choice.
Thank you. Time's up. Wendy Dale. Wendy Dale.
My name is Wendy Dale. I'm a Democratic nominee for the Board of Education. I would like to read pertinent parts from the dissent by the late Justice Robert Jackson in the 1952 Supreme Court case related to time-release programs in public schools, Zorak v. Closet. This release time program is founded upon a use of the state's power of coercion, which for me determines its unconstitutionality. Stripped to its essentials, the plan has 2 stages. First, that the state compel each student to yield a large part of his time for public secular education, and second, that some of it be released to him on condition that he devote it to sectarian religious purposes. This program accomplishes that forbidden result by indirection. Here, schooling is more or less suspended during the release time, so the non-religious attendants will not forge ahead of the church-going absentees. But it serves as a temporary jail for a pupil who will not go to church. It takes more subtlety of mind than I possess to deny that this is governmental constraint in support of religion. As one whose children, as a matter of free choice, have been sent to privately supported church schools, I may challenge the court's suggestion that opposition to this plan can only be anti-religious, atheistic, or agnostic. My evangelistic brethren confuse an objection to compulsion with an objection to religion. It is possible to hold a faith with enough confidence to believe that what should be rendered to God does not need to be decided and collected by Caesar. The day that this country ceases to be free for irreligion, it will cease to be free for religion, except for the sect that can win political power. I fully encourage this board to keep any kind of sectarian religious incentives or coercion, including LifeWise Academy, out of our public schools for the sake of our students and our First Amendment religious freedoms.
Thank you. Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones.
And if I could remind everyone, please remain seated unless you are up or next in line, please. So, ma'am, would you have a seat, please?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We just went through a period earlier in this meeting when there was 12 people standing and nothing was done about that. So I think it would be a little hypocritical to tell people now that they can't stand. Either we have a rule or we don't.
Well, we did, and we forced it as much as we could at the time. She's an officer. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you. I apologize. I did not know. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
You're good, Mr. Jones.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jerry Jones. I want to be clear about something at the outset. This is not about being for or against religion. In our community, people of faith and people of no faith live, work, and raise families side by side. That diversity is a strength. My concern is about the role of our public schools. Public schools exist to educate every child equally without favoring one set of beliefs over another. When we start structuring the school day around a program run by outside religious organizations, even if it happens off campus, we risk crossing an important line. Not necessarily a legal one, but a practical and ethical one. These programs don't just happen outside. They depend on school staff coordinating schedules, tracking students, and managing logistics during the instructional day. That inevitably pulls our public system into supporting a private religious activity. And whether intended or not, it can create pressure on students, especially the younger ones, who don't participate. We also have to ask, what is the cost? Every minute managing this is time and attention taken away from our core mission: reading, math, science, and preparing students for the future. Our schools are already stretched thin. And finally, we should be cautious about entering into agreements that tie the district to outside organizations in ways that may be difficult to unwind, especially if community concerns grow or leadership changes. Families absolutely have the right to pursue religious education for their children. That right is fundamental, but it doesn't depend on the school system to make it happen. Our responsibility as a school board and as a community is to keep our public schools focused, neutral, and inclusive for every student. For those reasons, I vehemently oppose moving forward with this program.
Thank you. Barbara Anderson.
Good evening. I'm continuing from last month. And as you look at your budget for the next year, keep in mind that New Hanover County has 22 private schools receiving voucher or opportunity scholarship money. During the school years of 2014 through 2025, those schools received over $13 million, which should have come to New Hanover County schools. 9 of those focus on Christian Bible-based curriculum. 3 of those 9 schools have received over $1 million since 2014, of which 1 employs a current board member. But not only are vouchers taking away funding from our schools, now you're considering taking instructional time away from students. Time is money, as the saying goes. The time students spend off campus and not receiving instruction counts as lost learning time. Disruption during instruction as students enter or leave a classroom is lost learning time for all students. Lost learning time equates to possible lower test scores, which impacts a school's scoring rate and which impacts everyone then, because it's based on salary. It's my suggestion that members of the board focus on legislators, one of who wrote the voucher laws for the funding, and the county commissioners who are working hard, because they are the ones that are going to have to pick up the slack, to do their constitutional duty to fully fund our public schools that educate all students instead of programs for only a few students, yet imposes lost instructional time for all students, including those few. And as a retired media specialist, I take umbrage with the fact that you think that the non-core subjects like PE, art, music, and library are not essential. We are evaluated on our standards of instruction, and you're pulling kids out of my instructional time if I was still in the library. I resent that. It demeans my peers and their profession. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Tidd. Jeremy Tidd. Karen Clark.
I speak in the name of Jesus for love to overflow, for the spirit of wisdom and revelation. Our North Carolina Constitution from 1776, we, the people of the state of North Carolina, grateful to Almighty God, the sovereign ruler of nations, for the preservation of the American Union and the existence of our civil, political, and religious liberties, acknowledging him for the continuance of those blessings to us and our posterity, for the more certain security and for the better government of this state. I pray that each of you honor the living word, the King of all the universe, full of glory, the only God worthy of the highest honor throughout all of time. You, Lord, commanded David to pursue the enemy, overtake, and recover all. Your word in Joel, I will redeem what you lost. I pray in Jesus' name, you say what God says, no compromise. I pray as you fight for our children, an understanding heart to passionately know and obey the truth. May the Lord himself, the Lord of peace, pour into you his peace in every circumstance and in every possible way. In Jesus' name, I declare the children of New Hanover County Schools are the light of the world, the most devastating generation to the kingdom of darkness the world has ever seen. The Lord's presence be with you.
Thank you. Bruce Kemp.
Good evening, Dr. Barnes, members of the board. My name is Bruce Kemp. Much has been said about LifeWise violating the separation of church and state. Respectfully, this claim is simply false. LifeWise operates under the constitutional framework of release time religious instruction, which was upheld by the United States Supreme Court in 1952, Zorach versus Clausen. The court made clear that students may be released during the school day for religious instruction when the program is number 1, off school property, 2, privately funded, and third, parent permitted. That's exactly what LifeWise is. LifeWise is off campus during non-core instructional time, privately funded, and strictly parent opt-in. No taxpayer money funds the program. No public school classroom is used for religious instruction. No school resources are used to provide religious education itself. These are constitutional safeguards that make release time lawful. So let's be clear. LifeWise is not a violation of the Constitution. It is an exercise in parental choice within the Constitution. The board is not being asked to establish religion. You're simply being asked to honor a lawful option that allows parents to choose moral teaching and character formation for their children during release time. I respectfully ask you to set aside misinformation, follow the law, and give families in this county the same opportunity already available in communities across this nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gail Tabor.
Good evening, board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is the Reverend Gail Tabor. I am an ordained clergy in the United Methodist Church. Make no mistake, I believe in Christian education. As a matter of fact, the school I went to believes that Christian education is the hope of the world, and I agree. I also believe that public education exists to educate every child, fully, fairly, and without disruption or preference toward one set of beliefs or another. My concern with LifeWise is not about faith. It's about what happens when we insert it into a school day. First, instructional time matters. Teachers already are stretched thin, working to meet standards, support diverse learners, and cover ground that they need to cover. Pulling students out during the day creates gaps in learning, disrupts the classroom flow, and makes it an already difficult job even harder. And let's be honest about the time that it replaces. It's not extra time. This is not something that we want to give up. Music, art, PE. These are important things. These are not luxuries. These are essentials. They are nurture, creativity. They are emotional health. They are love and learning. If we're going to remove something from a child's education, we should be very clear about why we are doing it. Second, those who believe are centered here. Our community includes Christians, Jews, Muslims, and many other traditions, as well as families who have no religious affiliation. If we open the door during the school day, are we prepared to offer equal access to all? To every group that wants to come and offer instruction?
Thank you.
Are we
Your time
prepared
is
for
up.
that?
Thank
If
you. Your time
someone
is up.
shaped
Thank you. Your time is up.
As
Your
someone
time is
who was
up.
shaped by the teachings of Jesus,
Your time is up.
Jill Hopman.
Happy Passover and April Fools, everyone. It is ironic that LifeWise, which I strongly oppose, falls on both. My name is Jill Hopman, chair of the New Hanover County Democratic Party. I know other speakers have stressed how important electives are. When I was at Hoggard, AP Art was the exact break my teenage brain needed from calculus and my mother's death. I know people have talked about how Christian extremism puts LGBTQ students at risk and how equal protection matters. That if we allow LifeWise, then we must also offer the same to Jewish, Muslim, and Church of Satan chapters. Superintendent Barnes is correct. This door is either open or it's closed. But what is also alarming here is the unethical, if not unlawful, commingling of campaign finance, charitable contributions, and public policy. While LifeWise has refused to share the names of its organizers, documents posted by Global River Church, where a current board member is active, show that it is behind this effort. That member's donated nearly $6,200 in campaign funds to this church, including over $1,500 since December, which preceded this recent LifeWise push. This is not the first time that policy has been directly tied to this church. In late '23, when their ministry wanted to grow its Hispanic membership, they hailed the district's newcomer school program as fabulous before withdrawing support later when their party opposed it. If another member regularly donates money to Planned Parenthood or the LGBTQ+ Center, would it be okay for them to then introduce a program for safe sex or queer-friendly education sponsored by those organizations? To be clear, campaign finance law allows candidates to make charitable donations with campaign funds, as long as they are not for personal benefit or used in quid pro quo manner. A candidate cannot, however, donate campaign funds to then direct local policy for that nonprofit, which seems to be happening right now. As the conservative Cape Fear Beacon said, when campaign funds repeatedly flow to a candidate's own church during an election, it inevitably draws scrutiny. When policy positions flip-flop under political pressure, questions about independence of judgment follow.
Thank you. Your time
These
is up.
concerns are not abstract. They
Thank
strike
you.
at the
Your
heart of
time is
public
up.
trust.
Peter Rowich.
The LifeWise Academy website claims its program decreases school suspensions. Their 2023 report appears thorough and detailed with statistical models and charts. However, a closer look reveals important limitations that weaken the reliability of its findings. First, the study does not establish cause and effect. It only shows correlations. It does not compare LifeWise schools to similar schools without their program. And without that comparison, you can't answer the question, would the schools with LifeWise have reduced suspensions anyway? Second, much of the data is inconsistent or constructed. In some cases, missing discipline data was estimated. And in smaller schools, if fewer than 10 suspensions were reported, they were recorded as 0. By suppressing data, the results appear more favorable than they actually are. And third, the suspension data was collected from 2017 through 2022. However, 2017 predates the program by 2 years. And the 2021-22 year was, of course, a COVID year. Based on their own chart, there were only 8 academies with usable data, a very small sample. For over 5 years, Love Our Children has advocated for keeping kids in school where they can learn and thrive. LifeWise Academy does not keep our kids in school, and there is no credible evidence that it reduces suspensions. And if they're not being honest about that, what else are they hiding?
Thank you. Derek Jackson. Derek Jackson. Derek Jackson.
Hi, my name is Derek Jackson, and I'm a member of the New Hanover for All chapter of Carolina Federation. The separation of church and state, the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, prohibits government establishment of religion. The First Amendment requires the government to remain neutral. What is being discussed here today is clear. The New Hanover County School Board is considering violating the Constitution by allowing off-site religious services for a specific religion for select students, by allowing them to leave classrooms during the school day. This is time we taxpayers fund to educate the children throughout the county to learn math, science, history, facts needed to prepare them for the road ahead. Established laws are being broken, ignored, shredded by the executive and judicial branches of our federal government. A yes vote for a partnership with LifeWise by any member of the New Hanover County School Board brings that same level of disregard and abuse of power to our county by taking scheduled taxpayer-funded classroom time away from students' education. Churches for Sunday, Saturday, Wednesday night, or any other night of the week Christians want to practice outside of school hours. School is for school. A yes vote with this partnership with LifeWise by the school board will disrupt classroom schedules and plan lessons, putting more of a burden on our teachers and on an already underfunded and understaffed county school system. One last point, I keep hearing it's only 45 minutes, and I had the same comment that a previous speaker had. These 45 minutes include the logistics of the transportation. Instead of looking for loopholes to integrate religion into our county schools, the school board should be implementing solutions to the well-known list of problems our students face every day trying to get an education. Teacher pay, classroom supplies, rampant bullying, broken air conditioners, racial injustice. Shame on any board member who, with the vote of yes in this partnership, deprives
Thank you. Your time is up.
Education.
Margie Gortzman.
Hi, I'm Margie Gawartzman. In honor of Passover, I'm going to provide you with the Shehehianu prayer. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, Shehehianu, v'hikianu, v'higianu, lazman hazed. Blessed are you, Creator our God, ruler of the universe, who has kept us in life, sustained us, and brought us to this happy occasion. Our Jewish students will learn by age 13 an entirely separate language system and musical trope. They will also learn to read Torah where the vowels are actually absent, and to lead our spiritual community in a 3-hour prayer service. And we accomplish all of that without pulling our kids out of public school hours. And now a word about our budgets. There's this concern about it's too expensive to live here in New Hanover County. I just want to address that. So, if the cost per household to fill a $2 million budget gap in New Hanover County, we look at, there's roughly 110,000 households in this county. When we do the math, that's $18 per household for the year. That's 2 Starbucks coffees per household. That will not tank our housing. It will not lose people's ability to pay their rent, but it will afford our children all of the services that Mr. Barnes has to think about cutting, okay? 2 Starbucks coffees a year. Additionally, when we look at our bond, which is coming up, and by the way, the bond is they underdid the numbers, so it would be palatable. But that bond is $320 million bond, which is roughly about $2,900 per household.
Thank
But
you. Your
wait,
time
it's
is
a
up.
bond. Thank you.
Denise Clark-Priest.
My name is Denise Clark-Priest, and I have 3 children, one of whom is a student at Isaac Bear Early College High School. I've been a professional parenting coach for almost 7 years in this town, and I'm a current Seahawk, studying anthropology with a focus on public policy for women and children. But my most relevant qualifications to this topic, however, are my days spent as a substitute teacher and founder-operator of an alternative education resource center. Have you ever had the privilege of getting 1 or 2 kids out of the house for a quick trip to the grocery store? If so, you might be able to imagine what it would be like for a teacher to mobilize a small and regularly changing group of students while simultaneously continuing to manage the remainder of the group. Chaos is going to take time, and we all agree that time is money. So when a privately funded organization asserts that no taxpayer dollars will be used, we can recognize quickly that that is a false statement. Unless they can literally beam up the Scotties, if a program is happening during the school day, it will be necessary for someone to reallocate their time, which is paid with taxpayer dollars. We must be clear on this, lest we relegate teachers' time to a forced in-kind donation. Besides additional strain on teachers, let's consider the impact on children. Even 1 disjointed day a week is too many. It's just unnecessary when there's nothing prohibiting a club from meeting outside of school hours. In summary, I ask you to please not allow our teachers and staff to be turned into concierge services for private organizations. And since I have 10 seconds left, I'll just say at a cost of $200 to $400 per student, which is the LifeWise estimate, maybe that will help to eliminate your budget.
Thank you. Wayne Colston.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me be here and speak to you tonight. I am speaking on behalf of LifeWise. First, thank you, teachers. They have a tremendous job, a lot of responsibility, and LifeWise is a way to help teachers do what they do. Teacher retention is absolutely critical to student development. School teachers leaving the profession cite reasons as poor pay or working conditions, but also cite increased disrespect, behavioral issues, class disruption, poor student mental health resources, physical violence, bullying, chronic absenteeism, lack of effort, poor test scores, and substance abuse. NC law requires all boards of education to develop and implement character education with input from the community. LifeWise teaches gratitude, respect, integrity, courage, kindness, perseverance, responsibility, and self-discipline, among others. This training addresses many of the reasons cited by teachers for leaving the profession. Recent surveys show 80% of teachers say their schools and students benefit from LifeWise. 97% of parents recommend other parents enroll their kids. Surveys show improved school attendance, a significant drop in school and out-of-school suspensions, and a significant improvement in academic performance. Thank you for your time and your attention, and I respectfully request that you vote in favor of LifeWise. A yes vote guarantees parents' rights to freedom of choice. Who knows better than parents what their children need? And God has put on my heart to bring this to you. I don't have to convince you to make this happen.
Your time
this
is up.
will be in God. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Colston.
As she comes up, board members, I just want to point out policy 2310 It says there's an hour allotted, so we started at 6:47, we would go to 7:47. So that would allow a few more of the folks in the blue section to be heard.
And additionally, there were 3 people that did not come.
Right,
So
people didn't come. Yes, ma'am?
Okay, I think that the numbers were off to begin with. We had more people on there than normal, and then they left it out for normal. So in the future, we need to be vigilant that this doesn't happen again. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I got you. And we're not going to go past the hour, because that's what policy says.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Carolyn Polston of the LifeWise Steering Committee, and I will address a few unexpected reasons why Bible education should be an option in our schools. Underline option. Let's start by noting that with LifeWise, those who don't opt in, there's no change for them. For those who do, there's no charge. Let's review a few facts about our Bible. Per Guinness, the Bible is the best-selling book in history. Estimated 6 billion copies sold. Bible sales in the U.S. have reached record highs recently, including a 22% jump in 2024. Talk about withstanding the test of time. The chapters of the Bible are between 1900 and 3500 years old. The Bible is foundational to Christianity, which is the world's largest religion, followed by 30+% of the world population. It's also the largest religion in the U.S., followed by 65+% here. The Bible addresses questions like, where did we come from? Why are we here? What happens when we die? As already mentioned, answers from the Bible are more sought after than those from any other book in history. The Bible has affected much of our culture and our language. Christmas, for instance, translates to Mass of Christ. Other terms that are hard to properly even understand outside of a biblical context include Jesus, one God, creation, salvation, eternal life, heaven and hell, crucifixion, resurrection. Remember, this is Holy Week. Adam and Eve, Moses,
Thank you. Your
Abraham,
time is up,
Noah,
ma'am.
the flood, Matthew,
Ma'am,
Mark, Luke,
your
John.
time is up. Your time
Okay.
is up.
Thank you.
Really quick, before I have you start, I just want to double check and make sure that nobody that was on the original list has walked in. April Farr, Rebecca Trammell, and Jeremy Tidd. All right, you're Kevin Foley.
Yes, that's me.
Perfect.
Thank you. So talking about LifeWise again here, I know there's been a lot of conversation about just for or against, but I think that at some point, something like this seems like it's going to be implemented, and you guys are going to have to put some sort of guardrails on this, and I feel like we need to start that conversation on this. The fact that LifeWise seems to want to start with going towards elementary schoolers, and I feel like that's problematic in a lot of ways. From their own documentation, they state that they give children candy, ice cream, concerts, and including rewards for recruiting other students to come with them. As a father of a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old, my daughter loves candy. She will absolutely want to go to this strictly because there's candy, and that's a difficult conversation to have. This would make more sense if it was being implemented with high schoolers. They have their own transportation, many of them. They can make their own decisions about their own religion, and their block scheduling is more easily adaptable to leaving campus to go to something like that. The fact that they don't want to go towards high schoolers, it makes me feel like they're going towards more impressionable kids. Also, I want to talk a little bit about background checks. LifeWise has had a problem with a woman named Renee Beck, who was a program director, who they realized in 2024 had been fired from previous jobs as a teacher for an inappropriate relationship with a child. They say they do their own background checks. Clearly, they are not enough. If something like this is implemented, we need to be doing our own background checks on these people. I know that would be an extra cost. That should be counted in. We are just, as a county, are just getting past a lot of issues with that, and we don't need to get back into that. Lastly, I want to talk about Global River Church, and particularly Pastor Tom Hauser and his practice as Deliverance Ministries. I don't have time to read the quote that I wanted to here, but I would ask you to Google open letter to Pastor Tom Hauser, Global River Church. You'll find an article from 2016 from a woman whose husband's life was ruined when they tried to exorcise demons from him when he actually had
Your
brain
time is up.
cancer.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you very much for the time.
EJ Hanley?
The data is clear. New Hanover County Schools is making progress with keeping our neediest children learning in school when they present dangerous behavior instead of suspending them. During the first half of this year, the K through 2 average number of missed days of school per suspension was about 1 1/3 days. The 24, 5, 6, and 7-year-old students who were suspended represented less than 0.25% of all K through 2 students. Congratulations. Now is the time for the school board to update the student behavior policies to reflect the good work that is going on in the schools. As an example, let's rethink the name student behavior policies. For some, it implies compliance, not learning, a discipline system, not a support system, and assumes students can always choose behavior even when they are dysregulated. One alternative name might be the Regulation, Support, and Student Behavior Policy. This title reflects current research by emphasizing that student regulation and support are essential for maintaining safe, orderly schools and helping students meet clear behavior expectations. With the continuing professional development and lower suspension numbers, I ask that the school board plan ahead and use the next year to review the current policies, codes, and behavior plans. Align them with the best practices in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa?
Good evening. I believe in the power of prayer, so I'm going to pray. Father, I come to you in the mighty name of Jesus, thankful for this group of men and women before me, our school board members, and Dr. Barnes, our superintendent. Lord, please bless them for answering the call to serve our community by standing up for our children, protecting them. I pray for the spirit of wisdom and revelation and the knowledge of you to be upon them, so every decision they make is best based on our children's growth and welfare, as well as keeping their parents involved and supporting our teachers and faculty. Lord, I pray they protect our children, empower the parents, and encourage the teachers. Lord, I pray that your revelation knowledge empowers each one of them to do what is right in your sight, regardless of any pushback they might receive. Lord, I pray you fill each one of them with courage and boldness to seek truth, to find truth, and to stand for truth. Lord, I pray you shine your light into every decision they make so truth will be evident. I pray, Lord, that truth prevails in every situation and circumstance involving our children, parents, faculty, and school system. Lord, I pray you silence the voice of the enemy. Lord, I pray your will be done. And Jesus, for those who don't yet know you, I ask for you to make yourself known to them. Reveal yourself so they encounter your extravagant love, changing their lives forever. And I'll end with scripture. Proverbs 3, 5, and 6 says, trust in the Lord with all your heart. Lean not on your own understanding. In all of your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your path. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you. We do have 2 minutes, so this is the last one. Mary Burcham.
Anger, fear, and hatred are all lies that divide us. But here are some wise sayings. Be kind. Be courageous. Help one another. Bring refreshment to those in need. Be generous. Treat others the way you would like to be treated. Forgive and move forward. Live with integrity.
Let your yes be yes and your no be no. Be honest. Children are valuable. Treat others with respect. Seek peace. Love one another deeply. Have hope in a brighter future. Do your best. Fulfill the destiny God wonderfully and uniquely created for you. These beautiful concepts are biblically based truths. LifeWise Academy is 100% parent permission required. No taxpayer or school funding is used and focuses on Bible-based character education. Thank you for listening.
We are at time. Thank you to everyone who participated in call to audience, and I'm turning it back over to the chair.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mason? Yeah, thank you, Ms. Mason. I was seeing you and listening to Mr. Perry at the same time.
I just make a motion for a
5-minute break?
5-minute interview.
Yeah. All right, let's, my watch says 7:47. Let's be back on the dais at 7:53. I'll give you an extra minute. Oh, yeah, don't give me anything. 7:53. we need board members back, please. It is 7:53. Give them a minute, they take 5. That works.
We need one more.
I need one more to start. All right, we have a fourth member just about. We are good. Okay, we're back. Thank you, thank you. If everyone would please find a seat. Those in the back, if you would please either make your way out or have a seat. Please, thank you.
I can actually run.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr.
All
Chair.
right, we're going to carry on. We are very tight on our schedule. We're actually a little bit behind right now.
I move that we adopt the consensus items.
A motion to adopt the consensus items. Is there a second?
Second.
First and second, any discussion?
Well, where's the,
Well, we
Mr.
got
Chair.
4. That's what we need.
all in favor?
Now we got 5. Now we got 6.
I'm just excited for the MOU. This is the first time with Step Up Wilmington to support our career and technical education students.
Are you speaking in your thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And so I know this year is the first year that our 11th and 12th graders is going to be a little bit different. They actually are going to have the opportunity to kind of do some mock internships. And so this is going to be really helpful prep for that.
Okay, good. We have a motion and second to adopt the consensus items. All in favor? Please signify by saying aye. Okay. All opposed? Like sign. Mr. Perry, did you vote?
Yeah, I said aye too.
You did, so that carries 7-0. Carrying on to policy, I will turn it over to our policy chair, Ms. Mason.
There are 4 policies listed, but before I go into too much detail with all of them, I have a motion that I want to make. And before I say it, let me just preface by saying the original intent behind adjusting policy 2310, I think got a little misinterpreted. So I really feel strongly, and I've spoken with the other policy committee members to refer it back to policy. So I move to refer policy 2310 to the policy committee for further review.
Second.
Okay.
Any discussion? All in favor of referring 2310? Oh, I'm sorry, I did not see your hand up, sorry.
Well, I was about to say, it's a
I
great.
gotta say something. Can I stop for you for a second? Since when do you wear glasses? I never saw you with glasses on before. I'm sorry.
Really? Oh, I usually have, never mind, we'll talk about it later.
I'm sorry, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sorry.
All right, I just wanted to say, yes, I agree. That's all I wanted to
Okay,
say. You
all
said
right.
discussion.
All right, so 2310, oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Merritt.
I just got to remember that we're not doing this in a vacuum, that there's a whole public, whether we've lost most of our crowd tonight, but we have all the folks that are watching it at home or are going to be watching it soon, that the policy 2310 that we're talking about involves participation at call to audience, okay, and whether or not, certain constraints should be applied to the comments. And, I do want to mention that when we were in the agenda review, I might have it wrong, but I believe our attorney was even saying he might have some comments to make about it. But we're taking it back to policy if we vote on that, and if necessary, he can comment then. I just wanted the public to know what that policy was.
Okay. All right, Mr. Perry?
Yeah, and I just wanted to say I'm glad it's going back to policy. I think there's a lot of things that are in the current version. I don't know what inspired them. I don't want to, why it came to be, but, I appreciate everybody with their diverse views coming up here and participating in call to audience. And in particular, I just want to make sure that you have a free chance to express yourself like you should. One of the things that I was most concerned about is the relevant to the will of the board kind of conjecture, which seems like it's maybe too vague in my opinion. One of the people I like hearing from every month is Karen Clark, and I'll just call her out by name. I love what you say when you come up and speak for 2 minutes. Okay. It's very prayerful, and it's not always board business, but it's very important for us to hear.
Sure, okay. Let's vote on taking policy 2310 back to the policy committee for further review. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, like sign. That passes 7-0. I will make a motion from there. I make a motion to lay policy 2230 on the table until the May 2026 meeting. I believe the reason we need to do this is because we need to focus on the budget at this time. So is there a second for that?
Oh,
Is that a second?
You said 2230. I was just clarifying. Is that what you
Yes,
said?
ma'am,
Okay,
2230.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have first and second. Discussion? Ms. Barnhart, then Ms. Bradford.
Thank you. My only point of discussion, and I'm going to revert back to the policy chair, is this the policy that is still recommended by the policy committee as written, 2230? Yes, thank you.
I guess it's point of order.
Okay, point of order.
That we have two different 2230s listed on our agenda. So you might want to clarify which of those 2230s you're inquiring about.
They both have
It's the one with the red print?
we recommended.
I was curious, Mr. Chair, for my discussion point, I'm curious to know if the policy committee is recommending one of them tonight.
22, yeah, which one?
And so the 2230 with solely the red in it?
This is clarify this. I mean,
Hang on.
We have the chair. You can let her speak, and then we'll go back to
So the recommendation is,
one to the left or the one on the right?
I'm looking,
Okay.
One with red and blue.
there's one that has green and blue.
Oh, the
Ms.
one with
Bowie,
blue,
which
green.
one was the one that was added with the changes that Mr. Perry had suggested?
The one that was updated per Mr. Perry's request was policy 2230, the first one on the left-hand column.
Okay, so my recommendation is the 2230 board committees. That is not mine, the committee recommendation.
Which has green
The
and
one to the
blue.
right.
One to
Thank
the
you.
right. Okay. All right, Mr. Perry?
I just have a statement I want to read. I know it might take a couple minutes, but basically, I'll try to summarize. I know we're running out of time, but things are getting increasingly costly, and everything from food. And I went to the gas station on Monday, and it cost me $85 to fill up my tank.
ooh.
And it's gone up since
Focus
then.
here, please.
But our employees are, we can't do much about their wages, but their cost of living is increasing, and we need to do something for them. And I've been trying to do this for well over a year. First with the Performance Bonus Committee, and and seemingly time and time again, people have been putting delay after delay after delay about forming a committee to do things with them and do things for them. And then I brought up this idea to broaden it, not just for a performance bonus, but for other perks that we can give our employees.
Just a reminder, all we have right now on the table is whether to lay it on the table.
Well, I'm getting there.
Okay, let's get there.
And so my concern about this delay is that, I understood that we needed to wait till April this month is when we were presumably going to pass the budget, but now it looks like it's going to get pushed to at least May. The problem that I have is if we delay it again, is right now I can't, while it's still in question as to whether this is an advisory versus a board standing committee, we can't make any progress on recruiting the other members of this committee that are supposed to be coming from our employees and from the business community and from our PTA. So I do think that we need to have this discussion, and I do want to be able to address it, but I guess I don't want to create another delay for the committee, because whether it's going to be an advisory or whether it's going to remain as a board standing committee, I want it to succeed. And I want it to get going quickly. So if we can delay another month, okay, but that's also going to delay us probably till at least June before this committee could ever actually start. So I got to talk to 3 of my fellow board members during the last week, either by phone or a one-on-one meeting with Mr. Wildeboer and Dr. Merrick. I was unable to set up a meeting time with the other 3 board members, and I would love an opportunity to sit down with you and have a conversation about why I think it should remain as a board standing committee, if you think that might make a difference in your vote. And if you're willing to do that, then I'm willing to go along with this delay. But if your mind's made up, then You know, I don't know why we're delaying it.
Dr. Merrick. Oh, so Ms. Bradford, and then Dr. Merrick. Sorry, I keep forgetting. My fault.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
As a member of the policy committee that unanimously voted to pass it as it's changed here, I would ask that we go ahead and do that tonight. We spent a lot of time in our deliberation, and we had input from Jennifer Geller, the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Director of Human Resources, who would lead this committee if it was, as the policy committee recommended, to be advisory. But I want to take this time to read you a text I received yesterday. It says, "Good afternoon. I'm just wondering if there was anything I could do to offer you to vote my way on the Employee Benefit and Retention Committee." This is from a board member. There, I'll skip over, this is my brainchild, and so on and so forth. I don't think it's the best idea, but I'm willing to offer you my vote for LifeWise, for your vote to keep the committee as a standing committee and let me run with it. Mr. Chair, I find this extremely objectionable, and I would like you to investigate to see if any other board members were approached in this matter besides me from the one board member, and I'd ask you to investigate, please.
Ms. Justice.
What shocks me is that's as old as time itself. Behind the scenes, people do all kinds of deal making, and it's just a reality if you've been on boards, and I've been on plenty, and I've been on this one for a long time. So to even bring this up at this point, let's just, I think we should go ahead and vote whether we're going to do it tonight or not. Let's not start chasing red herrings and accusing people of all kinds of stuff, because there's been plenty of that already done tonight. That's my opinion on this.
Okay, and we are at time, so I'm going to reread what I said again, so we have it down. I make a motion that we lay policy 2230 on the table until the May 2026 meeting. That's my motion. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Mason?
No.
Dr. Merrick?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Mr. Perry?
No.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Well, since I made the motion, I'll say yes, but it's defeated 5-2. So we will carry on discussion of, back to our Madam Chair.
Policy committee recommendation, and I move to pass policy 2300, 2340, and 2230.
Is there a second? We have first and second. Discussion?
Point of information.
Point of
Which
one are we doing?
Dr. Merritt?
Yes, I just want to make sure that I'm voting for the right one. I believe that you're saying the one that has the blue and the green writing on it is the one that you are recommending that we pass. Is that correct? The one that came from Policy Committee.
Correct.
Point of inquiry also.
Yes, sir. Mr. Perry?
This is only for 2230?
No, it's for the
Policy
I'd like to split them off.
2300, 2340, and 2230.
I'd like to split off 2230 from the others.
You'd like to pull
Yeah.
2230? Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on the other two, and then we'll go back to 2230. So we have a motion and a second to pass policies 2340 and 2300. All in favor of passing those, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 7-0. Discussion on 2230. We have 5 minutes left. Just to let you know, 2230. We will start. Why don't we do it this way? We'll start with Mr. Perry. We'll go down the line. Everybody will get 1 minute to speak. That way we can do it, because I won't speak, and we'll have 5 minutes. Go. Mr. Perry, you have 1 minute.
A whole one. Okay. Yeah, great. Nice big long statement here that's take 5 minutes to read, but this is why I asked for more time for this matter. This committee needs to be productive. This is our employees. This is the lifeblood of our school district. We need to be doing best for them. And what we need is a committee that's going to have enough time and energy and dedication to meet monthly. One of the things that most disturbed me, what was said at the policy committee meeting, is one of those members saying, well, you guys don't need to meet every month. They might have more important things to do, like coming to my finance committee. Well, you know what? There is nothing more important than our employees. We have important things in finance, we have important things in other matters, but our employees are at least as equally important. So I totally unenamored with that kind of an argument or sentiment. The fact is, Ms. Geller, this isn't about me. Ms. Geller,
That's time. Thank you, sir.
That's
Ms.
time.
Justice.
Can I call for another, can I make a motion to extend this thing for 20 more minutes? Because that's what it's going to take to have a wrap discussion.
Okay, we have a motion to extend for 20 minutes. Is there a second? Hearing none. Ms. Justice, you have 1 minute.
I want to listen to the rationale of why it is that they've changed it from a standing committee to the advisory committee. That's all. I did not watch the policy meeting. I wish I had, because I know it was long and it was well discussed. So if I can get a synopsis from the people on the policy committee as to what your thinking was, and what Ms. Geller's role would be, I would appreciate it. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Dr. Merrick, you have 1 minute.
I didn't get a chance to speak last time. I remember, I think I got skipped over. My question for this board is that we had already decided that this would not be enacted before the passing of the budget. So even though it's been changed from a standing committee to an advisory committee, I still don't believe it'd be proper to vote on it tonight, because we had decided to wait until after the budget was passed. So I mean, if we want to change that, we can do it. We have that right, but I think we should do that first.
Mason? I have nothing. Ms. Barnhart?
Sure, 2 points to that. Updating policy, in aligning with the vote, it's still in effect, the vote of it would be implemented after the budget, as my understanding of that. I did listen per my colleagues' suggestions to the policy committee, and so I don't know if somebody else wants to take it, because I would rather not be because I'm not on the committee, but I mean, I did go back and listen, and I felt good with it at the time previously coming to sending it back to policy. It could go either direction, because I think having an advisory committee run by our staff who is going to be implementing the benefits and things, I think makes sense. So I'm not opposed to this change. And I support it's the version 2230-board committees. That's the one that came out of policy, not the policy 2231.
Okay, and Ms. Bradford?
I won't take but a minute, but I would, for kind of a point of order and a correction. Policy Code 2120, Code of Ethics for School Board Members, 5 different things were violated by the text that I received and the follow-up text from a board member. So please don't tell me it goes on. Quid pro quo is an integrity buster.
Jermaine,
It's absolutely integrity buster. But I would like for you to ask Ms. Geller how she would lead that committee, because it was her remarks that really swayed me to, so Jen Geller, because it was her remarks that helped me make up my mind, if Dr. Barnes permits.
Dr. Barnes?
Obviously, this is a controversial conversation. I would rather not have the senior staff sort of try to influence the vote from the board.
Fair enough.
We will work at the will of the board in this, and I'd rather not put Ms. Geller in the middle of sort of that controversy, if that's all right.
Well, we've had our minutes each. How much time do we have left?
45 seconds.
45
Can I
seconds.
have 20 seconds?
You can have 20. Go.
The only thing that has changed here from February 9th to now is that I changed political parties from Republican to Libertarian, and this is a political takedown. So what is best is for, excuse me, let me finish my 20 seconds.
We have point of order. Yes, go ahead.
Point of order.
The integrity of fellow board members is violation of board
It is.
rules.
And I find that is germane. So we'll go ahead and take the vote at this point. Ms. Bowie, would you please, again, let's restate what we have in front of us. Ms. Mason?
I move to pass policy 2230.
As provided by the...
As provided by the policy committee, 2230-board committees posted.
And Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Dr. Merrick?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
No.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes. Passes 6-1. we will carry on. Thank you. That's the end of policy, correct?
Yes.
I'm sure I didn't skip something. All right, carrying on with old business, modification of previously approved facility capital budget transfer based on county action. Ms. Sutton? Is that
No,
you?
I got you.
Oh.
In the interest of time, I'll just make it simple. This request was made to me to seek whether or not we could ask again to our county commissioners about using the money that was saved from the new Hanover High School build to look at the underground storage tank. My recommendation to the board, with the fact that I am looking to increase our ask from the county from 2.33 to 3%, in addition to the fact that we have a bond that we will be floating in November, we have already found a way to put this into our capital request for the new school year. My recommendation would be for you guys to pass on this and just let it maneuver through.
I make a motion that we do not move forward with the modification of previously approved facility capital budget transfer for this year. We delay it till next year.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. I can get money out of it. Okay, we do have a closed session.
We have
So we have more business.
We do have nothing under new business.
I thought we had legislative.
Oh, it's not on my thing. It'll pop up. Okay.
NCSBA resolution. Yeah.
Why is mine? It's not on mine. Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay. I apologize, folks.
It is.
Oh, it is now. Yeah. Okay, now it is. It just popped back up. Okay, the NCSBA resolution. We have 10 minutes allotted to this. Ms. Barnhart, you brought it forward, so why don't you begin for us, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This came out of a discussion with a board member had brought it to attention. The legislative committee met before the agenda review, and so we added it to our agenda discussion. And while the committee did not feel all of the verbiage of the NCSBA resolution was one that they wanted to pass, I was tasked with creating a resolution, which I sent to all of you all this weekend, has a lot of similarities, and it also states to uphold our legislative priorities, basically urging the state to pass a budget, which is something that we have all said. I don't necessarily know if signing this is actually going to be movement to pass the budget, but if it's the will of the board, I would support adopting the local resolution as written.
So you make that motion?
Yes.
Is there
And
a
I'll second it.
We have a first and second. Discussion. Dr. Merritt?
Yes, while I do agree that one school district asking the state to pass a budget is probably not going to be terribly effective, it is still the right thing to do. And in fact, I don't believe that this resolution goes far enough. The verbiage that did come from NCSBA, which is sort of a parent to us in that they are a school board association for the entire state, had stronger language, which I think is actually appropriate for the difficulties that the state government has put us through, not only in their everyday budget that is basically defunding us while they give money to private schools, but also that the constraints that are put on us while we're trying to pass a budget when they haven't passed a budget is totally unfair. And they have really no good reason for it. I think that the verbiage from the NCSBA is wholly appropriate, and I would actually hope that we would go back to that version.
Okay. Other discussion? Ms. Justice?
Well, I actually agree with my colleague to the left here. There is a lot more that could be said than just say pass the budget, but that's why I think the NCSB is probably more effective, because it's got more detail, because we need more than just that, to say the least.
Okay. Mr. Perry?
Point of inquiry for my colleagues to the one to the left and two. Are you making a motion?
I make an amended motion that we pass the NCSBA version.
Second.
Okay, we have first and second to pass the NCSBA motion.
Sir, don't we already have a motion and a second?
We did. That's an amended motion.
I didn't hear this amendment.
Yeah, it was amended motion. Okay. We have first and second. Is there discussion on the amended motion, which is to pass, again, the NCSBA resolution as provided by the NCSBA for us? Ms. Justice?
There's a lot more clout behind the NCSBA than one school district, it has a lot more weight as far as also what the asks are for. And if you truly, truly care about our public schools and what we need, that is the better version to go with. Otherwise, it's modified and watered down, although it's a good ask. It's not the ask that really would be more powerful and more useful.
Ms. Bradford?
My concern is that the resolution that came down from the NCSBA is a resolution of political messaging. It's not a solution. It does nothing to fund a single classroom, hire a teacher, or improve student outcomes. And they go back to session on the 21st. All indications in speaking to state legislators this week, they are going to pass a budget. So this will help move that along, but I think the original one could possibly stall things out because it is political messaging. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Else? Okay, so we have in front of us, I'm sorry, yes, Dr. Merritt?
Yeah, thank you. I think there's not a darn thing that we do that doesn't have political implications. And the question isn't whether or not it's political. The question is, how much do we need this? Now, when I say that everything's political, when you take a resolution that's being passed by multiple districts across the state and you water it down the way this one's watered down, that in itself is a political statement. So, look, I'm not trying to say that one political is better than another, but I think that we should be in concert with the rest of the state and bring a solid, unified message that's strong, that says our state government is not taking care of our public schools.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I can respect my colleagues and disagree at the same time. In past, when resolutions have been adopted, there's been interwoven other agendas than what the title is. I believe that the verbiage that is here specifically discusses passing a state budget, which was the premise and the purpose of how NCSBA said they, even in their email to us, and thank you to my colleague for sharing that, because I did not see that prior to going into the weekend before agenda review. The email said, adopt and change that is benefit to you all. So the insertion of the local resolution says, the New Hanover County Schools Board of Education, we support the legislative priorities that this district has adopted. That is what inside this resolution is saying. So we are saying we would support a budget that highlights any of those things that we have been advocating for. So we are specifically uplifting the needs of this county. I think it is a solid message. I think it's been consistent of things that we have been supporting and will continue to support. It doesn't matter who writes the bill, adopts it. If it's some of these things on the list, then we are supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'm going to add in, when I read the email from NCSBA, they said this is a framework or an outline to use and to be able to, change it as you need to. I believe that's exactly the wording we had. But anyway, that's my remembrance of it. But we have in front of us an amendment to pass the NCSBA resolution. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Mason?
No.
Dr. Merrick?
Yep.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Mr. Perry?
No.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
No. So that is defeated 5-2. We go back to the original motion, which was to pass the resolution that was adopted by our legislative chair, and I believe with some help from our attorney. Ms. Bowie, any further discussion on that? Hearing none. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll on that?
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Dr. Merrick?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
No.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes, that passes 6-1. We'll get that off as soon as possible. And now we go back to our legislative chair for the legislative agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee members, you were sent out a list of legislative priorities. I wanted to highlight one thing. When Dr. Barnes had sent that out, one of the consideration items that the committee decided to take off the legislative agenda was an advocacy of a statewide bond referendum. So that is no longer listed. So that was updated prior to this meeting starting, you should see it. I also wanted to bring to attention, in addition to supporting these legislative priorities, there was a concern by a committee member about not supporting the CEP expansion program. So I wanted to bring that to the board's attention because there was a question of me to make sure to bring it before the board. So I just wanted to make the board members aware that was not a unanimous consensus. All of the other legislative agenda priorities are, I should not say all, most of the other are previous from last year's. As you know, the state has not passed a budget, so our needs have not really changed. The one thing that did come out of committee that is new from this year is the very last item. It says the compulsory attendance policies that promote consistent student engagement while supporting families through proactive collaboration approaches to attendance. What the conversation was over that one is if a child misses more school than what they're supposed to be missing, but they're still passing, then they can pass. And so really honing in on that, of having that balance of not just you can miss however many days you want to and still pass. And so that's where the justification of that one. So if there's needs to be further discussion of where that's coming from, that was the reasoning. And that's one of our strategic plan goals, obviously, is school attendance. So I wanted to highlight that, but uplift. Ultimately, the CEP is put on the legislative priority expansion. I'm trying to find what bullet it's under. My apologies.
Strengthen partnerships.
Strengthen partnerships. So that did come out of committee passing and adding it to the legislative agenda. I wanted to bring to attention the concern of the committee member. So my recommendation, Mr. Chair, is that we reinstate and adopt these legislative priorities for the 2026-2027 school year.
Is there a second? Second. First and second. Dr. Merrick, then Mr. Perry.
Well, I think, did you have your hand first?
Yeah.
Perry, then Dr. Merrick.
As my colleague to the left who was just presenting mentioned, I had some issues with the one legislative priority regarding the community eligibility provision. We can all say that we want all of our students to be able to eat and be nutritious, but I think we need to be a little bit more focused on exactly what we're asking for. And if you've been following some of the emails that were corresponding back and forth between us and Miss Amy Stanley, there are some serious questions about the finances of and the health of our nutrition program. We've been led to believe for quite a long time that this is a money-making situation, and if you look at the numbers, it doesn't add up unless I'm missing something. So I'm going to want to make a motion that we just leave that part off for now until we get more information, and then we can maybe add it on later. So,
Okay, so you want to, so you're making a amendment to leave off, can you state which section again,
the
please?
community eligibility provision section.
Community eligibility, okay, fine.
Yes, until we can, until we can have further investigation into it.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second to leaving that off? Hearing none, we'll carry on. Yeah. You.
Thank you.
Dr. Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love having an agenda that we go to the state with and make our requests known. However, we have a very robust and we have an excellent CTE program. And of course, it can always get better. My concern of including this in the legislative priorities is that our legislators might choose to say, well, okay, we'll give you that one, but we won't give you some of the other things that I think are far, far more important, like the addition of pre-K funding or teacher salary bumps between the year of 15 and 24 years. I also don't understand why the allotment formulas are not included in the legislative priorities. I think this is something we've talked about again and again, and I was surprised not to see them there.
I'm happy to address that because it is.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay, and actually, let's stop for a second because we are out of time. So I would make a motion that we add, I guess because we have a closed session, a half hour to our meeting.
Well,
the multi-tiered system of support would address.
Can I?
Well, let's go ahead and let's get this done, and then we can, first and second, add a half hour, that way we can be done at 9 o'clock.
Point of information.
Ma'am.
We just passed policy that says we're only supposed to be here for 3.5 hours.
Right, so we're going to have to,
So we may have to make a motion to suspend that policy before
okay.
doing so. So I move to suspend, the newly adopted, oh, now I have to look it up. Which policy is it?
I think we all know what policy it is.
It's 2300, I believe.
2300 it is.
Was it a hard stop, or was it hope for, try to, knowing there would be exceptions?
3.5 hours.
Okay.
We said 3.5 hours.
I'll second suspending policy 2300 for tonight. All the, okay? All in favor of suspending policy 2300 for the rest of tonight, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. That passes 7-0. Then I'll make a motion to add a half hour to our agenda for tonight, so we have a hard stop at 9 o'clock. Is there a second? Second. Discussion. Hearing, yes, that hand up? Yes, maybe? No? Okay. All in favor of adding a half hour, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign.
No.
Okay, so that passes 6-1. Now we can go back to our discussion.
Yes, and so I just wanted to comment on my colleague to the left who said that allotment formulas were requested. They were only requested in terms of the raising the cap on the EC spending, which I absolutely love, and I'm so glad it's in there. There's more? Would you? I'm open to hear it.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you. If you look, a couple of things with the allotment. If you look under the multi-tiered system of support MTSS coordinators, there's currently no allotment for that. And so advocating for those is a change to the allotment system. If you look under the dark blue, I guess, the first dark blue under legislative priorities to ensure every student in a safe and supportive learning environment. The first bullet, increased instructional support personnel. That would be an increase of counselors, social workers, nurses, psychologists to enhance school safety, mental health, and overall well-being. So those two specifically address the allotments. The expanded EC tiered funding would address a different, as well as the teacher pay addresses the gap that you had highlighted, so.
My point, though, and I agree with you, these are all things that are part of the allotments that we object to, that unduly constrain us from giving a quality education to our kids. There are other things like the allotments of how many assistant principals we have, the allotments of how many, of the school, the unmandated requirements of certain size classrooms, et cetera.
Sir?
I know we voted for more time, but for the meeting in general, but I don't believe we agreed to vote to give legislative more than 10 minutes they've already gone through.
We still have about 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
Oh.
So in that case, I would, rule of point of order is not well taken.
So I don't want to step on the good work that our legislative committee has done. I respect my colleagues and the work they've done, so I don't want this to seem, just unduly confrontational. I'm hoping that we take a look and consider adding to our priorities some of the other problems with our allotment.
So would you like to make a motion to send it back to legislation?
Yes, that actually sounds like there's no real hurry on this because, not likely that they're going to listen to us anyway. So I recommend we send it back to Legislative Committee for additional allotment requests.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion. Okay, first and second.
Okay.
We are running short on time, but Ms. Justice.
Okay, this is so essential. Dr. Barnes has repeatedly said we're at subsistence levels. I hate to say this, I keep saying it, 51st in the nation. Our legislature is the ones that control this. They have to do better. The least we could do is put that in our legislative proposals. It's so many all across the board with all of our staff. Teachers, assistants really scares me at this point, but it's so many other people too. It's not just DC help, but everything. So, yeah.
Okay, so Ms. Bradford?
I'm all for having an entire phone book of legislative agenda priorities. I really am. But there's something to be said for all in one sheet. I prefer the font not be white and be black so I can read it. But to where we can use it as a one-pager to hand somebody. If we have a phone book size legislative agenda, it's not going to be as effective if we pick off, if this has got, I mean, there's 3 in the first one, there's 2 in the second one, there's 1 in the third one, and there's like 5 in the fourth one. So that's enough to start with. Once we get some of these checked off the list, then we can add to it. I'm more than willing to add, alternates for once these pop off the page. But I think we need to consider, lately I've been handing a one-page to legislators and saying, hey, these are things we want you to do, and it's been effective, and I don't want to dull that down by trying to offer them multiple pages. Thank you.
I'm going to speak and then I'll let you speak a second time. But we got what? 1 minute. 1 minute left. Okay. Well, and we just had a sheet or a presentation from Dr. Barnes that talked about like assistant principals. So maybe it is wise to go back and kind of just at least talk through again. So, and we're at time, correct? We are at time.
30 seconds.
Huh?
30 seconds.
So 30 seconds. Go ahead, Ms. Justice.
30 seconds.
Well, I was basically going to say the same thing. This is a sheet of paper and a handout. I've done PR before and messaging. This can be moved around and that can be added so easily. So that's not a really good argument to say don't ask for something we desperately need.
Okay, so at this point, motion in front of us, and I'll paraphrase it, but if I'm incorrect, please let me know, is to send the legislative priorities back for further discussion to the legislative committee. Ms. Bowie, would you?
For the inclusion of more allotment.
Requests.
Okay, that's why I didn't write it down. Thank you for the inclusion of more allotment requests. Thank you. Okay, yeah, help me out tonight. Yeah. All right, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Mason?
No.
Dr. Merrick?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Was that a yes, sir?
Yes. It's a yes, it was a yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes. Okay, so this will be sent back. Further discussion. That passes 5-2, and we will carry on. At this point, we will move into our next thing, as far as I can tell, which is closed session. I'll call for motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143, 318, 11, for the following purpose: to prevent disclosure of information as privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C 402 and not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, to prevent disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Education Rights, to consult with an attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual employed, or consider for employment within the school system, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against any individual employee.
So moved.
So a motion? Second. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. All right.
It's
I move to accept the personnel report.
We have a motion to accept the personnel and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. That passes 7-0. Correspondence, anybody? Hearing none, announcements. Policy Committee will be meeting on April 14th, 1 o'clock at the Board of Education Center. General public will have the option to view remotely. Finance, Capital, and Bond will be meeting on Tuesday, April 21st at 10 o'clock. The Board of Education will hold a agenda review on April 28th at 2 p.m. At the Board of Education Center. And the Board of Education will hold its regular May board meeting on May 5th at 5 p.m. at the Board of Education. General public will have the option to review remotely. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second? First and second. All in favor of adjourning, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. That passes 6-1. We can go home. Done.